Hi, Craig.
Okay.
Does he
Hello,
sound
Craig.
different?
I don't think so.
Sounds
the same to me.
sexier.
Maybe he has a cold.
I
Got a little bit more husk.
He got yassified.
have to. So you know how my camera hasn't been working on my iPad? I found my workaround was opening Discord on a browser instead of the app.
Wow,
Don't know
okay.
why.
Yeah. Bizarre.
That is
Glory.
okay. Quite strange.
So I've got a dice charging ritual at the moment. It's very simple, but I
Oh.
feel it's very like Greek philosopher in terms of like it makes emotional sense, but it makes no logical
Yeah.
sense. Which is that I store all
it
my
doesn't-
dice. I store all my dice in a little box with their like max values facing up. And in my brain it's like, well, if that's
Oh.
their default state, then they're the most likely to return to that state.
Yeah. Mhm.
I
And-
like it. I like it.
One of
Yeah, what I do is I open them up and put weights in them. No.
Yeah.
Dungeons and Dragons show we really like. One of the players is always rolling absolutely terribly, no matter what. And this season he's been rolling really well. And his wife, who's also at the table, was like, "It's because I charged his dice in the new moon. That's what did it."
Thank you,
You
wife.
know, whatever works. I can't be doing too bad because I roll pretty well in general. So I think that I'm on
I
something.
know.
You
Oh,
But it
do,
also
yeah.
feels to me like behold a man sort of tomfoolery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can trick
Listen,
your dice.
manifestation is real.
Everyone
Yeah,
knows
I'm
dice
like-
minds that you can trick.
Yeah. So if you want to adopt that,
Yeah.
like for the
It's
energy.
just like if you pretend that a roll is not important, you're more likely to get better numbers.
Yes.
All right. What happened?
No,
last
hold on. I'm telling a ritual.
Mhm.
My D20 just goes back in the plastic case that it came in.
In its
That
home,
is
Going back to the
back in
yes.
the womb.
so it feels safe.
No, you're
Yeah.
right.
It's in utero.
Anyway, I was about to say it goes back in the womb, and I was like, no, Ink, don't be gross. I'm so glad that I have you with me, Ellie.
Every now and again, I think I am very gross. I try to dial it down a bit in D&D context, but please
Listen to
feel
me.
free to remind me.
Listen. In parentheses, positive. Okay, the floor is yours, Patrick.
Yeah, sorry, Patrick.
All right. Other people's rituals include doing a pre-roll to warm up the dice. You just got to roll all of your dice before the game starts, and whoever's rolling the best is who you're going to roll with that game. Or another one is you keep rolling until you get like 2 or 3 in a row that are above 10, and that's like, okay, I've primed them. All right, so last session we had a lot going on. We had, gosh, what did we have? We had a date. We had a date with Cal and Jamal that went rather well, and Cal has a new power because of it, and so does Jamal. They also got harassed by someone who likes to make trouble, which was not Fish this time, surprisingly. Fish was dealing with their own issues, having received a token from seemingly sent by their father of just looking at the chat. Seemingly sent by their father that contains a type of echo stone that has a copy of a Maori spiritualist who knew a lot about a kind of the mystical aspect of the Maori and their gods and such, and therefore can act as a source of information about Fish's dad, because he himself cannot seem to relay all of that information. But while this is happening, there was also a piece of mail that came for Cal in the form of her sister's notes, and through a very careful process with the help of everyone working as a team. The group plus Jamal managed to really get a lot of details about how Elise's magic works. Jamal's not always included in, the gang. He's a junior member of the team. Um, uh, but yes, got a lot of kind of details about exactly how Elisa's notes work, and how her powers work, and perhaps realizing how that may tie in with what Angela's wanted, uh, a hack, a way to create her advanced undead without sacrificing the lives of other necromancers, by finding these little fragments of souls that Elise has learned to pull out of their dimension. And then, as that was happening, the notes burst into flames, and Fish stuck the flaming notes in Detective Grumble's desk, potentially along with a jarred centipede, question mark, that maybe Cal will be taking care of. I don't know. Um, you were joined by Metal, who had not been here for any of this shenanigans, looking somewhat haunted and with seemingly blood splatter on her dress. And that is where we open.
Metal,
Yeah.
you got something on you.
Oh gosh. Yes. I'm okay. It's not mine. There was just a
It's
little
not
bit of a
yours.
Yeah, there was just a little bit of an injury, just sort of an incident happened in my appointment today. Nothing to worry about. Everything's going to be okay. Just everything is it's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Yep.
Metal,
She's
correct me if
lying.
I'm
Roll
wrong.
insight.
Metal, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you were seeing a sensitive, not a physical doctor. Why would there be blood?
Yes, no, I was seeing a sensitive. There was just there was an incident where the vision was kind of intense, and just sort of like some blood came out. It was a little freaky, but it's not too bad. It's just
Blood came
it
out of
looks
the
worse than it is.
sensitive?
And of who?
Yes. What did Fish roll?
15 insight.
With a 15 insight, she is
With the
lying.
general idea of like, you will, yeah. Yes.
She is lying. You can probably tell that immediately. Let me roll this. Deception with disadvantage because she has blood on her. Yeah, that's a 14. So, you get the sense that like everything's okay. She's hyperventilating. She's freaked out. Everything's not okay, obviously. Hard to know whether that was a lie intended for you or a lie intended for herself. But you get the sense in kind of her run-on explanation that like maybe what she's saying is literally true, not like totally and completely a deception, just not exactly how it happened. I don't think you get more than that, the difference between a 15 and a 14.
Cal going to a logical place is going to think, yeah, that was what I was about to say. Did the sensitive get a nosebleed and then while reading her drip down onto her shoulder/collar? Does that
Mm.
match up?
Give me a medicine check.
Okay. That's a 22.
22. Wow. You look at the blood splatter on her, and you realize that it was projected with a little bit of force. Not quite arterial, but definitely like a little bit of spray rather than a drip, which
He
means that
sneezed.
yes, if it was a nosebleed, he sneezed. But the amount that is on her is fairly small enough that it makes sense that she didn't notice it on her collar with everything else going on. And so you can say like, okay, probably not like arterial spray, not like a throat slit in front of her or something like that, unless she was like mostly shielded somehow. But definitely something that like a simple nosebleed that a sensitive could theoretically get during an intense reading would explain everything that happened.
Yeah, Cal's just gonna be like picking at the collar, and I think she's gonna be just silently thinking, like, do I bail her out with what I know is a lie? But she's just sort of like has not said a word kind of so far. Um, do I have the ability to remove blood?
You can use mending to remove blood. It
Mhm.
is slow.
Okay,
It's
because I was thinking if I can use ink, if I can pull out ink by using
yeah.
like the vague sense of remains and life, I could probably do the same with
Yes, it
blood.
essentially I'm doing the same thing. I'm saying the same thing of like in D&D terms, cleaning up blood would be the prestidigitation cantrip, which is not something I included in our system.
Yeah.
Uh, so I say it's basically like you use mending, you kind of like draw the blood out of the fibers to the surface, and you can kind of like very slowly dab it out with like a cloth or something.
Mhm.
That it's gonna take a couple minutes, but yes. Do you start doing that?
Um, I think she would silently hold Metal's collar and like have like shadows at her fingertips and kind of like tilt her head at her and just ask like a silent question.
Oh, yeah, just
And
don't worry about that. Everything's okay. Oh, um, yes, Caliginus, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's just minor. Just don't worry about that. Some other things happened. Um,
yeah,
I
where's your aunt?
home, I assume. Um, I got dropped off, and she was still in the car, so I assume home, probably.
Right, abandoning you again.
Well, um, she has work to do. That's important. She, that's not totally fair because she actually asked me to come back to the house with her and to stay there for a little while, um, but I didn't want to abandon. So what's that's happening? Why is it's a little smoky in here?
Passes over Kekano without saying anything further.
Hey, Metal,
You
are you? Oof, that's a squeeze.
you ready for work? Maybe your aunt had the right idea and you should take the rest of the day off. Here, of course, not with her, but
Um, is the work gonna be here in the sanctuary?
I don't mean.
Give me an insight check.
Yeah.
Can Fish makes eye contact with May to be like, "What do you make of all? What do you make of all this? What the fuck?"
Sus.
May would have to. Oh, I guess May will roll for insight then, because like
I got a 23.
Okay.
May got a 9.
All right.
That's the
with-
bestie difference, bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, with May's insight, I think it's like something absolutely happened. I'm not sure if she's like ready to talk about it,
Hmm.
but she's very clearly freaked out. With with Cal's role, I do think it is kind of like I think you see a lot of panic in her, and I think based on the way you've seen her kind of deal with problems before, she really does try to avoid problems and therefore jump on distractions when she needs them. And so the fact that she was not immediately like, yes, let's work and focus on something else, kind of implies there's something else freaking her out. And I think you see her eyes kind of darting around the room like in a scared way. And I think it probably occurs to you that she is scared of being in the sanctuary right now. Maybe being like she thought she could handle it or didn't want to spend time with her aunt and therefore said, "No, drop me off at the sanctuary." And then she got in and was like, "That's way worse than I thought. I may need to leave."
Cal finishes up with the collar and gives her like a little pat on the shoulder, and she goes, well, I do need to visit the visit Pagan and Tinnitus today, have some discussions about that. You can join me for that, or I'm sure Fish can find some sort of random inane task to do with Sarah or something like that. Get some fresh air, probably change of clothes.
A little bit of a trip out might be fun. That sounds good. It's just um and you can see her kind of actually I'm going to roll for this. Yeah, she's still kind of too panicked and overwhelmed with the situation to kind of like settle herself enough to explain what's happening. So I think she just goes, "Yeah, that sounds really great. I'm going to go change. Do you mind if I bring Kekno with me?"
Oh no, take him with you. He
Okay,
loves
cool.
you. And hey, Metal, I've
Yeah.
I've been kind of harsh on you. Like I've been messing around with you for the past couple of sessions, and I just want to say that is not permanent character development, and I still love you, and we're here for you.
I love you too, Fish. Just um, realize I didn't have my camera on. Um, I found out that the sanctuary was
Cal's gonna put a hand on her shoulder and be like, I will point out this is not our room.
she just kind of like collapses in on herself and holds Kekino, whatever like strength she was building up to tell you what happened, kind of dissipating, and she says, "I'm gonna go change. I'll be right back."
We'll see you once you're done. All right, we'll wait outside the room.
Okay.
Fish thinks to Kekano, you keep me updated on the situation. And as
I
soon as
just
like she's
know she's really scared. I'm going to check in with Swifty and we're going to do what we can. Probably going to be some sitting on her, maybe some purring, and we'll see what that gets us.
good luck, buddy. I know you can do it.
Thanks, Dad.
The second the metal leaves the room, Cal takes a piece of paper from like one of her big like drawing pads and writes, "This bodes poorly." Because I wish she could write "yikes" in big letters, but not exactly in character.
Yeah. Um.
Fish writes yes.
Yes, fish
Yeah.
writes
Yikes.
As you are left alone in this room, door still open into the hallway as smoke filters out into the rest of the building and is slowly pulled out into the air filtration system. Um, I I think yeah, it probably occurs to you that maybe the sanctuary is not the safest place to talk about this, but also you could try and figure out, you know, what's what. This is a you know, diplomatic place as well, which means there are like meeting rooms that can be magically sealed against like eavesdropping spells and things like that. You know, you may be able to check if this is the detective's office, which is like if someone was spying on the detectives, that would be a huge no-no. So it's kind of like, well, would this sanctuary itself be willing to go that far? Who knows? Um, but yeah,
Cal's paranoid brain, I will say, is this is the detective's office. If I was a established detective and I hired a bunch of weird felons and a
no, that's a good
foreign
point.
ambassador has no loyalty, I would bug my room because this is my room and I want to make sure they're not fucking up. Like, even separately from maybe Tone, if I was like Grumble or one of his people, I would be like, I didn't sign off on this decision.
That is a good point. Of it could have been bugged by the people whose room it is.
Yeah, that was what Cal was implying.
As do you continue to just wait in this room as the smoke starts to clear?
Fish says, you know, one of us should, Denier, I think maybe you should go and, like, wait outside the door. May, you could go, May, how about you and I find something somewhere we can, talk further? Did she feel safe?
That was my intention. You know, as I said, we have the access to the teleporter. I must visit my fellows. You can go visit Hickory or Ellie or something.
Who?
You and Metal.
Fish meant who was Cal
was
talking
Ellie.
about?
Oh yeah.
Who's Ellie? Yeah.
Deli. Da.
Oh.
Say again?
Deli. Deli.
Oh, go get lunch.
Right, thank you. So, right. Go get food.
We will
okay.
go.
Idiot.
We will go to Australia.
Yeah. Okay.
Look,
Yes.
she's gonna give you a look, and then you're just gonna want to tell the truth.
Yep.
Sorry.
Understood.
Ignore.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Fish is going, yeah, okay, yep. Probably not something to bring Sarah in on. We'll fucking work it out.
Sarah does not possess a lot of delicate handling of emotions or understanding of secrecy. But maybe once that part is over, she can be brought in to cheer Metal up.
Sarah's
You'd like
like,
her.
I've got a toolbox, and you open the toolbox, and it's just a giant hammer sitting alone in a toolbox. The sanctuary has something to do with my parents. Well, let's start killing people till we get answers, I guess.
You'd like her, May.
I think May at this point is going to say something along the lines of like, yes, I think getting out of the sanctuary is a good idea. There are cameras everywhere around here. It's probably not wise to talk about something the sanctuary
Nothing. No,
allegedly
I mean,
may have done. No.
talk about Metal's period. That she perioded all over her collar. Sorry, that was a terrible joke.
I'm pretty sure I made the same one, so
Yeah,
it's
that wouldn't
It's
work on
fine.
tone. Tinnitus isn't here. That's who you gotta sell that lie to.
yeah.
But May is still
yeah,
going to hold
Cal's
back.
gonna be like,
Yeah.
Cal's going to be like, she's probably going to be done soon. So meet us at our rooms in front of Kessel's room.
Yeah. May, let's go.
Okay.
You
Oh.
see, you see coming into the room, the assistant administrator, Dean. Hi, detectives. What's happening? There a fire? What did you do?
We'll probably
A mild
have
arcane
something illegal
mishap.
in there.
Everyone talks at once.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we do have we are underground, so that's something you should be aware of. We can always get an elementalist in if you need to start fires for detective-y purposes, to just sort of suck the smoke out faster. Just we do have some people with allergies and asthma down here. If you just a little bit of more consideration.
Oh, sorry, Dean. It's just that, invisible ink reacts to heat, and that's how we're, decoding some of our messages. But you can keep that in your back pocket, and we will sort it out.
Okay, loud and clear. Just for next time. Just.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But the case is going well. I had a thing I was dropping off for the detectives, which I guess is you, but and he just kind of like walks over to Grumble's desk, like he's gonna open the door that still has like some smoke coming out of it. And he just kind of pauses and is like, "I think I'm just gonna leave these with you. If you can make sure the other detectives get them as well."
Definitely. Takes it.
You see a couple copies of reports about movements and sightings of the Second Dawn that it seems like the other detective team requested, but is also important for your information. Um, it seems like there has been they've caught some suspicious movement going back and forth over the Canadian American border that they think maybe the Second Dawn, that does point to like activity in kind of like a New England direction, which is about where St. John, the city you think they may have a base, is in, and then in sort of the West Coast direction. And it just sort of like some tracking about being like, yeah, we had like we noticed that there was a couple of suspicious people crossing in small groups, and then they crossed back over in different groups. So they were clearly like together. We identified one of them from like a watch list from another country that as a potential Second Dawn operative. So we're kind of keeping an eye on that. Just like very standard kind of background information of like current intelligence reports. Nothing that's like mind blowing for you guys, but can help, and it may be more important for the other detectives as they're kind of more actively on the hunt right now after the attempted assassination of the prime minister. Yeah, Dean just kind of gives a last look around. You can see the smoke has stopped pouring out of the desk, and it's starting to dissipate, and he just kind of gives you a friendly nod and a wave and leaves.
Fish is both like in legit serious mode, but also doing fake serious mode.
Mm.
So like, yes, goodbye, get out of here. Let's go.
So are you all going with Metal to somewhere?
Yeah, I think we're just getting the hell out of here. We'll figure out what the next step is afterwards.
Okay. As
Cal did grab her file from Elise, by the way. She's not letting that out of her sight.
Gotcha. Okay. You definitely have that on your person. I assume because Kat is always with you. Kat is also not leaving May's person.
Oh, May gave Cat to Cal because
okay.
Cat has the stuff on it.
Okay. And between that, at some point when Cal has a little bit of time, you'll be able to make a full copy. You'll be able to fill in the holes in the copies you made. As you head out of the office, the sanctuary sounds start returning a little bit to normal as there is less kind of coughing and hacking, and the smoke has dissipated more. And you arrive outside Metal's door. She emerges holding both Swifty and Kekino. They're in a little tower. Kekino is in her arms. Swifty is sitting on top of Kekino. And Metal has put on kind of like an oversized sweater. Not something you've seen her wear before, but something you've seen in her room before. It is clearly like not oversized in a cute way. It's oversized as in it belonged to somebody who is larger than her, and is clearly not new. And is a little. I think you, because of the association with smoke that you just had, you can see a little bit of smoke damage and some very small char marks on this sweater that she's wearing.
It's perfectly reasonable then to assume this belonged to a parent.
Yeah, belonged to maybe her dad,
Yeah.
maybe one of the few things she could recover from the fire. But she says, "Okay, I'm ready to go. Is it okay if Swifty comes too? She wanted some time outside with us."
Yeah.
Do
May
we have like a
May that
leash?
So what was that?
I think Swifty is pretty good about not wandering far. She was kind of off leash the whole time we were in the Clanlands, and she's getting a little bit bigger now. Meow. Swifty says that she is an adult now and will not wander. Swifty is not an adult. Swifty has just now grown from that size of like, I'm a little concerned that you were away from your mother, to like, okay, now this is actually a kitten.
Yep, outside. In fact, let's you know what, have a meeting of the minds with all the animals. I'm pretty sure that place won't be bugged.
That's not actually a bad idea. Give me one moment. And Cal's just gonna dip into her room real fast to put the paperwork into her and Cat in her boarded trunk.
Okay. Sounds good. You make sure your wards are tight as you leave, and you just head outside the sanctuary to where Wilma is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As you exit out of the sanctuary, maybe toss a wave to Tops, get up into the hotel, which I think May is seeing for the first time is in a little bit of chaos. You probably walk past Samuel Lee with like a chisel, just like chiseling off like paper paste of one of the now open doors that has been sealed.
Cal like
as you step out away in from the hotel into the outside and enter Wilma's paddock. At some point, Wilma has gotten what was clearly kind of like a milk crate kind of thing, but just had like a couple of sides ripped off and nailed to another thing. Very shoddy construction, but is functionally like a little doghouse or a little shed for her to sit in the shade now. And she just sees you and trots over to you and goes, "Ah!"
I want to say that the duration of the trip up here, Fish has explained to May, because they can't stand the silence of a serious walk, has explained to May, well, here's the cat. We met her here. Here's what happened with the cat. And then
trauma with a cat.
yes, and so with the Wilma is referring to a sheep. I hate that sheep so much, but I can't do anything to it because it's Isles sheep.
Also, Kekino is friends with the sheep.
Kekino's friends with the sheep.
Wilma
Yeah,
is
May takes that
perhaps
in.
our
Listens.
Cal on the side goes, Wilma is our perhaps strongest and only evidence that Isle intends on coming back someday.
Yeah, May's just listening politely.
Yeah, because that one time that she was going to run away, she did take her with her.
I see.
Wilma says that Isle is definitely coming back for her because she promised. There was a time where Isle... Oh, okay. There was a time in which Isle was put in a car in handcuffs with some people and drove away, and then she came back not in handcuffs and smelling kind of like blood and burned and magic, and went, I will be back for you, and then ran into the woods. And you're like, oh, okay. Isle didn't so much escape, run back to Wilma and go, I forgot to say goodbye, see ya, and then leave again.
Mm-hmm.
So the sheep
said
got the
properly
formal
goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll don't make that comment out loud. That is not an inside thought.
Wilma says that Isle also said to tell you all that she cares about you very deeply, and she will hopefully see you soon, and goodbye.
Kekino,
Man.
sweetheart.
He says you haven't visited me in a while.
Cal goes, Kekino, sweetheart, you have not quite mastered lying yet, but it is a sweet attempt.
Fish,
Dad,
instead of choosing to...
Polygenus is saying I'm lying when I'm not lying.
Instead of choosing to believe that their perfect boy would ever tell a single lie, despite who they are, Fish is going to blames Wilma, and in Beast Speech says to her, I know you're lying, you fucking... you lamb chop.
Did you have Beast Speech up while Wilma was talking to Kekino?
Yes.
Then you get that it's kind of a translation issue, a little bit, of being like... Wilma was definitely reporting, like, Isle said goodbye to you all, and she said to take care of yourself and watch out for each other. And then Kekano was like, Isle loves you, which is absolutely like the emotionality of what was being conveyed, if not the exact words. But you square up to Woma, and she's like, man, you want to go? Call me a liar, kick you in the shins. No, Woma, no! Don't fight Dad! You'll win, and then I'll have to take care of Dad.
Fish has to breathe to let go of the beef with the shape for a second.
The beef with the mutton, yes.
Exactly. Metal, talk to us.
Al takes her robe off and makes it into like a little blanket on like a dry, non-muddy part of the grass. I will say as a side, you guys, unlike Jamal, do get to see her date outfit, which is not particularly wanky, but is a little less like structured and formal, a little more like flowy, soft. Not that Jamal knows, but
You know what? It's about putting yourself in the right headspace.
exactly.
As you spread that out, Metal sits and Wilma comes over and lays her head on her lap and starts like very slowly, kind of like nibble licking Swifty's fur in the way that sheep do, kind of the equivalent of grooming. Metal just kind of sits for a moment, waits for you all to get comfortable, and you can see that she's calmer a little bit outside the sanctuary and having changed out of bloody clothes, but she just says, something's happened, and I can't talk about it too much, but it really seems like the sanctuary, or maybe part of the sanctuary, I don't know, were there the night my parents died. And I don't know. I don't know if I can trust them. I don't know if I can keep doing this. I don't know if they're the good guys.
May looks at both Al and Fish like.
May's like, Not my beef. I've worked here 2 days.
I think the grown-ups look at each other like, are you taking this one? Am I taking this one?
Yeah.
Fish is like really like, I'm probably gonna like really fuck it up if I say what I'm thinking, which is that I never trusted like, we're not here to trust the sanctuary because we're just here, you know? And I can very easily go on knowing that what I'm doing and being a part of is potentially not good, but I know that that's very different for you. So just kind of looking at Cal like, do you remember when you were like trying to recruit her to be a necromancer at some point? Maybe you could try again.
What was that, Ink? Sorry, you got a little I don't know if it was my brain or the audio, but I only heard necromancer.
Do you remember when you were trying to recruit her to be a necromancer? I think it's time to try again.
Elise, where's Elise?
You want to be barefoot and pregnant, baby? She can hook you up.
She really can.
Probably has cute guys at the ready. It's fine.
She's got a roster. She's got one of those like twirling, like business cards whole
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, the
I think genuinely, if you went to Elise and were like, "Do you just have like a stable of hot guys to like get people pregnant?" She would be like, "What the fuck? No,
They live in a house."
absolutely not." And then you just see like a lot of the people who like pass around the collection plate are weirdly attractive. And she's like, "Well, yeah, it's important. It's important that people look good in my church. You know,
I need
there's
eye candy.
there's less men here than there are women, and you kind of need a match set. You know, the numbers just worked out right." It's like,
Jesus.
right, okay.
If neither Cal or Fish say anything like within a normal amount of time, May will attempt to say something nice, but I'm holding off until the sea.
Yes,
No,
I think
it's gonna have to be May's turn.
I do think Cal is going to eventually say something, and I think maybe slightly prompted by Fish's like mostly joke but partially serious suggestion. And she's going to be like, "No, I don't see myself as working for the sanctuary, and I'm sure May you see it as working for yourself with a contract with the sanctuary, correct?"
Well, yes, I'm a freelancer, but I'm more here to help with the ampule and everything. I think May's going to reach out and take one of Metal's hands, like carefully. So, like, if Metal goes like "fuck off," May can like very easily be like, "Understood." And then
She's
going to
just
say,
kind of like looking from face to face of being like, "Please give me answers to this conundrum," because you know that while all of you came into like, maybe the sanctuary's good, maybe it's not, I still need a job kind of thing, or I'm here for my own purposes. Metal was the one of you who was like, "This is an unalloyed good, and it is my dream to work here." So I think she just like doesn't even seem to be aware that you have taken her hand in kind of a way. So
Okay.
desperate is she for answers.
Yeah. And then May is going to say, Metal, do you know, I think the hardest part of growing up proper is realizing that the people you hold in such high esteem when you're a child aren't as simple and good as you might want them to be. That doesn't mean they're all bad, but it sounds like perhaps maybe you're coming to that realization that there's more to what you think is going on. Does that make sense?
I always thought my parents were really good, and now I don't know if the sanctuary killed them.
May holding her hand like, it's now beyond my pay grade. Well, Metal, maybe you should start from the beginning, because that's a very big statement to ask us to weigh in on without a bit more information.
Okay. When, remember that I showed you that picture of that tattoo and asked if any of you had seen anything like that?
Watershed Collective. I
Yeah,
remember.
the Watershed Collective. When I was 10, something happened, and my parents died, and the only thing I really truly remembered from that night was a fire and was somebody helping me with that tattoo. And it turns out that maybe that wasn't the whole truth of what happened. And Well, it turns out that
You can do it, Metal.
Administrator Tone may have changed my memories to not remember the way my parents actually died. And I get it. I think he was trying to help me, maybe, but maybe he was also trying to cover up for himself, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Cover up. Sounds familiar. Looks at Cal.
Metal, what did the sensitive show you specifically that makes you think that?
Give me a persuasion check. As soon as she realizes you are like actually pressing for details, and she's kind of like not just spouting info, she's kind of freezing up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm 16.
16.
Mm.
She kind of freezes for a moment as she suddenly realizes what she was saying, and goes, "I made a deal. My aunt told me not to talk about it, but I remember that he was there on the night of the fire, and that he was talking to some people, and that he came over to me, and then my memories had been changed. But I don't think I can tell you any more than that."
Let's stick with what we know. Has he hurt you in a recent history that you can remember?
No, I mean, he's always been, he's always been a little brusque, but, oh, when I was younger and I lived with my aunt, he would come by the house all the time, and it was him that helped convince her to let me join the sanctuary. I guess I'm seeing that in a different light now.
Fish looks at Cal. What's Cal doing? Will I roll inside on Cal?
I was typing out my joke in the chat, but now I'll just say it. Cal's doing 2 + 2 = 7, and it's like, oh, he groomed her to be a perfect child soldier.
Okay, that's the thought that Fish is having as well. They're like, oh, okay, so he set you up to, like, he just decided, I'm going to employ this child one day, and put that into motion.
Meanwhile,
Yeah, I'll
May's
say
having a
no
much
roll.
more
They're both just like, I'm jumping. I've leaped.
amazing. Are either of them going to say that?
No.
Okay.
Silent communication between each other.
I will say,
Oh,
when
right,
two
but
people
so-
have experienced child abuse, they are going to immediately be like, child abuse.
Yeah, fair shout.
Yeah. So, like, can Fish, I mean, she's wearing the veil, but can they make eye contact and be like,
Yeah, I do think there is like very like concern and like anger set in her shoulders that I think would be enough at this point for Fish to be like, oh, we're on the same page.
yeah. Like, even if we're not thinking the exact same thing, you're pissed, and yes, we're
Yeah,
we're on
bad
the same
news,
wavelength.
bad news. Yeah.
Are either of them going to say anything then, like in general?
I won't.
Okay.
Okay. So the way that I've been imagining the physicality of it is that the the robe is laid out. Metal has sat. She's got Kekano and Swifty with her. May's now crouched in front of Metal.
Mhm.
Is Cal standing?
Still sitting.
Okay. Fish has been standing and like leaning against the fence of Wilma's
Attic.
pen. They step out and like come round to Metal and like put a firm hand on her shoulder and go. It doesn't matter if the Sanctuary are the good guys, because you're a good guy. Girl, pardon me.
Do you really think that's true? I mean, how do we know? How do we know that, you know, they shouldn't have the ampule, or that the second dawn isn't right, or whatever?
Oh, Metal, darling. We're
The
not worried
second
about
dawn
that
that
right now.
kills people? The Sanctuary that kills people. What was May saying?
May was just making like a sympathetic, like, you poor thing, yeah. But again, like if no one talks, she'll say something. I just don't want to hog the scene.
I would like for you to hug the scene because you're really good at at doing this.
I agree, and it's also like I'm like Mooney has thoughts. Cal is
Yeah.
not very verbose, so
May's going to squeeze Metal's hands, like to try and like bring her attention back to here and now, not like in this spiral of like what if.
Mhm.
And she's going to say, it sounds to me like right now we need to just make sure that you're safe. Those are big questions, and I think they're valid to consider. But right now, we need to make sure that you're safe. Are you safe, Metal?
I don't. I don't think I want to be around my aunt right now. And I don't think I know that we have some important things that maybe we need to talk to Tone about, but can I not do that?
Yes, of
Just
course.
No, you,
right
you
now?
do not. You do not.
never want to talk to Tone. You don't have to at all.
Okay. I think for right now, I don't know where safe is, but the safest I felt in years was in my room downstairs. So can we like can we go get some ice cream or something like that, and then I think I'll just rest and think in my room.
Maybe you can. And then I think Cal will just genuinely trail off because I don't think she wants to be pushing Metal for anything.
Fish like nods along with her idea. It's like, yeah, that's great, Metal. And if that's where you feel safe, then that's good. But safe doesn't necessarily have to be a where right now. Safe can be a who. You're safe with us.
Yeah, I know. I need to think. I need to think.
Well, before we is Kessel still on the detective payroll at the moment, Claire?
Still the second to last day, yes.
All right. So before we go and get some ice cream, Metal, I just want to say, and I think this is very important. Are you listening to me?
Of course, May.
Okay. Bad people don't worry about whether or not they're bad. Good people worry about whether or not they're good. Now, what flavor are you going to get? I personally am a fan of pistachio after a very brief trip I had to Italy. But I am also partial to what is the disgusting American concoction that they've got going at the moment? Is it bubblegum flavor? I do find myself compelled, I must admit.
I like bubblegum, but I think I'm more of a Rocky Road. I think that's the.
You know,
the
I
route
invented that.
May just looks at Fish like, really?
Yeah. I think Metal also looks at Fish, and it's like a sign of how bad Metal's doing that she doesn't even go, "Oh, really?" She just goes, "Yeah, maybe some Rocky Road."
Sorry,
Metal's had her
I'm so-
trust shaken.
This is not a joke Cal would be able to make, and I'm so sorry about it, but I want to go, what? Not Moose Tracks? Ah,
Fish doesn't know what they said that. They're just compelled to lie.
Yep.
I
Break the
got too
tension.
emotional up in here. I gotta lie.
Yep.
Mhm.
Dear.
I invented.
I invented it.
What? The flavor or the concept of frozen ice cream? You buffoon of a creature.
This is not a canon conversation.
No.
Flavor, obviously.
I
May
was
it
young.
rolls for history.
I was young. Vanilla was the only flavor that existed, and I was like, hot
Yeah.
take. Second flavor, chocolate and caramel and nuts together all at the same time.
When Fish went to school, they had
For
to
my
go
next
uphill
project,
both
I will
ways.
invent the Snickers bar.
I remember there was something that I thought that I would say that Fish would lie that they invented, but I don't remember what it is now. It doesn't matter.
Probably the concept of cunnilingus knowing them.
Yeah. No.
I mean,
Probably. Yeah. Most likely, yes. Yeah, I think you finish that conversation and end up getting Kessel and teleporting out.
Ask if
May
Metal
tips him
wants
once
to invite
again.
anyone. Yeah, Cal will ask if Metal wants to invite anyone else.
Jamal.
That's Jamal with his guitar.
Yeah. I think she's just like, oh well, Kekino probably wants ice cream, and Swifty, do you want just like a sampler of vanilla, maybe? Just like a little, tiny dab? You do? Okay. Wilma, I'm sorry.
shouldn't say that. No, not real, not canon.
I mean, she did definitely go. Meow. It's like, I don't understand what that means. I'm going to assume yes. Wilma, you can't have ice cream. That's Isle used to give me treats from her pocket, and now she's gone. Give me ice cream.
Mal used to feed her jerky.
Here's some sheep jerky.
Breeding the mega sheep over here.
Sheep plus. Wilma says she would like some ice cream. Maybe we just bring some back for her. Yeah, she'll accept that. Just like a bite of one of yours. I think. She wants a bite of fishes specifically. Whatever fish gets.
Spits in it.
Which says I'm not into that indirect kiss kind of bullshit, but sure.
Fish hooks a loogie.
And
No, Cal, but I
you
will
go
say-
for it out.
Ask, like, do you want to bring anyone else? Your friend. Bring your friend Samuel. I'm sitting at another table, but.
Dirk. We all know that he has a crush on her, right? Oh, unless you don't know that.
I
Metal.
don't know that.
Who the fuck's Dirk?
I know that.
He's a cleaver.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Fish. I'm dealing with a lot of new information today. I think I'm just gonna pretend you didn't say that for right now.
I didn't.
Okay. Yeah, Dirk can come, I guess. I don't know if you want to go get him or whatever if he's not busy. Do you go and invite him? Do you invite anyone else? I think
Cal
she's...
wanted Jesse to come, and now is like, I don't want it to deal with this man.
I think you're getting the.
Girls only. I get it.
I think you're getting the sense
Girls
from Metal
and
that.
fish.
I think you're
Yeah.
getting the sense from Metal. It is kind of this like. It is kind of like, yeah, I'll just feel safe and comforted with my besties here, and we'll go and get ice cream. Do you want to bring anyone else, like your friends who don't know this trauma that you just shared, or the guy that maybe you kind of sort of have some chemistry with, and it's like, oh, we're turning this into a social interaction. No, that's not what I want.
Yeah, then
No.
Cal will be
okay.
like,
We
Cal
will
be
not
like,
be
oh,
bringing.
I'm sure he's busy.
We will not be bringing guests.
Yeah.
No guests.
that kind of like I don't know, everything's so awful. I think maybe my parents might get divorced. Just like tear streaks. It's like, do you want
must
to
bring
go
a
out
crush?
with a guy that you might have a crush on? What?
Oh,
Yes, but also in a very real way, no. Yeah, I think you go out and get ice cream and have a very nice time. Everybody gets their flavors. The place you end up going to is a very kind of like traditional, not this kind of new agey ice cream place that has like, oh, we have caramel ribbon. It's like, no, we've got vanilla, we've got chocolate, we've got pistachio, we've got like 2 other basic flavors.
And God help us. If
gonna be
ask
real
for
with you.
sprinkles.
I think. Gonna be real with you. I think pistachio is too exotic.
Pistachio ice cream was way more common back in the day because it was a European thing that came over. It kind of fell out of favor.
Superior ice cream flavor, FYI. Such a good ice cream flavor.
If I want,
What are you
my
rolling?
foods are gonna be. She's
just a
shaking
pen.
a paint marker. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I want my food to be. If I want my artificial food to be green, it also needs to be artificial. Like, it's green, but it's pistachio. I'm like, I don't know.
Have you not seen pistachio paste? That like is used in gelato? It's green. It's like proper green.
I know.
Then why are you saying that?
Because it's wrong. Because ice cream is inherently like an artificial thing, and if it looks green, my mind instantly goes to food coloring, regardless of what flavor it's going to be. And you can't be like, well, it's a natural flavor, and also we added food coloring. It needs to be like Leprechaun's Delight, and then it's bright green, and
Trek
it's got
flavor.
like Lucky
Jesus.
Charms mixed into it or something.
Woof. You've gone wrong somewhere.
Anyway, you have ice cream.
Yeah,
I'll
we're
have
gonna ice
vanilla.
cream.
Cal has vanilla and was like, oh, this is a very strong flavor.
Spicy.
She gets a touch of the vapors.
Metal gets chocolate, but offers bites to everyone else, and if you accept, also takes bites of yours. So she ends up sharing with everyone.
Makes sense, of course.
Um,
Please.
Kekino ends up getting like a baby child scoop of vanilla that he shares with Swifty. And then yeah, what does Fish get that Woma is also gonna eat?
Fish. So I think they get chocolate and hope that it's like, with cats and
Toxic.
dogs that it's poisonous. Yeah, and they're like yeah, have like a bit. Yeah, Metal, you want to buy it? That's great. But I'm giving this to Wilma. I think she's earned.
Staring at Wilma with the real, like, take a bite.
As you
He's looking it up.
I did look it up. As
Roll to see if Wilma dies.
as you head back to the sanctuary, how much proportionally of the ice cream do you leave for Wilma? Because you just asked for like the last lick or something.
The puddle in the cone.
Have I killed the shit?
Let's see.
Can she get
As
triumphs to things?
as you hand the cone over, and Wilma's like making dead eye contact with you and sniffing it, and then just going with a big sheep tongue and like rolling the whole cone into her mouth, like definitely licking your hand as she gets it.
And Fish goes, oh, fuck, don't do.
She got high enough on her Constitution saving throw that she does not immediately start like farting up a storm and absolutely gassing you out, which is mostly what happens when she'd eat dairy. They're like extremely lactose intolerant.
Wild. And possibly death. Here's
Yeah.
hoping, so to speak.
Yes. Chocolate in large quantities can hurt them this way. They are very lactose intolerant, though, so even small quantities of dairy will make
The
them
urination.
very gassy.
Wilma just starts pissing.
All right, everyone, thank you for tuning in to Well Dressed Bones / Sheep Health. Today, we are talking about sheep eating human food, Once again, this is not medical advice. We are not farm veterinarians.
Professional
But
farmer.
we think it's great to just give your sheep chocolate all the time. You know what? If you can eat it, you can eat it. Now we're going to hear from our sponsor, BetterHelp.
Is that supposed to not Cadbury?
Sponsored
No.
by Cadbury Chocolate, the sheep's choice of chocolate.
Killer.
Yeah,
Rennie,
I
I'm about to. I'm not calling you out. I'm just sharing information with Ellie. Rennie doesn't like our Cadbury. Ellie.
I don't like Cadbury very
I
much
just don't
either.
like milk chocolate.
yeah.
Okay, I'll kill you both.
I'm a
She doesn't like-
Tony Chocolonely girly. Sorry.
Mooney doesn't like milk chocolate at all, but also like the cheaper the milk chocolate, the less likely she is to like it. Yeah. Mooney is the kind of person that like you offer her a Hershey's bar and she's like, "Oh, thanks," and she waits till your back is turned and she throws it away.
I don't throw it away.
No,
Throws
you
in
put it
the
in the
nearby pot.
pantry and hope somebody else eats it, and if nobody does, then you throw it away. You
So
don't
which
eat
chocolate do you like then? Dark or white? Or even ruby?
Oh,
if you're
dark.
feeling fancy. Yeah.
Ruby,
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with. Is that an
Yeah, it's a very
Australian thing?
specific. No, it's a very specific type of white chocolate adjacent. Have a little gwaggle, or giggle rather, afterwards. It's interesting. This is Chalk Watch
Sheep can
24.
eat sheep can eat a wide variety of human food, but chocolate is not one of them. Ingestion of chocolate can lead to vomiting, diarrhea, tremors, seizures, panting, urination, excessive thirst, with possibly death.
That's why I said Wilma just starts pissing ferociously.
Yes.
I will say,
Jesus
if
Christ.
you've ever been around sheep, you ever been to the fair or anything like that,
Yeah,
this is
like
how
a
they
good
are.
piss.
Yes. Sheep
Use
will
our
just
code.
randomly start pissing.
Skillshare.com.
Just
You
like
know, like
cut
when you
a
like
hole into the earth.
you know, you leave like a really high pressure hose just on, and it's like
Guys, we have to move on.
We've gotten very off topic. Gotten very off track. So Metal shares a bunch of really sad stuff, and then you have ice cream.
oh god.
Attempted murder.
Attempted murder. We've all
It
been
would be-
there. Oh fucking hell.
If they were successful, it would be their first killing a fucking sheep.
Yeah.
Killing of a sacred sheep.
Oh. Whew.
All right.
Anyway,
Let's all breathe for a second.
I might actually take this as an opportunity to piss while I'm at it. So
Metal decides to go back inside and rest in her room. She gives you Kekino back and gives Wolma some scratches before you head inside.
Fish genuinely offers for Kekino to be like, hey, do you want to stay with her?
I think maybe we give her a little bit of space and I come check on her later tonight.
Okay. Yeah. Understood.
Okay.
Metal, we love you. And I don't say that to people.
I know you don't, Fish. I love you all too. She kind of sadly closes the door behind her and spends some time with Swifty. I think we are at this point going to move away from our linear time just for a little bit, and you are going to tell me what you guys want to accomplish over the next couple days in game as the machine continues to get built. I'm gonna have May roll more symbol checks for that. What do you guys focus on in the coming days? What do you work on? Any trips? Any talks with people? I will say that one thing Metal should have said that I didn't have like a place for necessarily is essentially be careful of the sanctuary keeping secrets, and I think that also brings to mind like, oh, the Second Dawn seems to have a connection with the sanctuary in some way. We might have to ask someone about that. Not that you have to, but that's another potential avenue of investigation if you want. But yeah, just over the next couple days, what do you want to accomplish?
If May's not asked to go anywhere with the gang, she'll put in extra hours on the machine because like that's what she's here to do. And she will also be kind of doing that as a way of like, I also now don't feel too safe here. And I would like to get to know my like fellow Arcanists a bit better and suss out whether they are as trustworthy as or like whether they are as good as I thought they were.
Okay.
Upon like first impression.
As you put in your work for the Sanctuary Arcanists, you're putting in your hours. We'll say we'll probably do yeah, we'll probably do like 3 days in this little kind of like mini downtime. So this will also take you through the end of kind of your teleporter period. If there's any like teleportation stuff you also want to do in this time period. But yeah, you're going in and you're doing work on your projects. Go ahead and give me, because you're putting in extra time, why don't you give me 3 symbol checks with advantage?
Okay. Okay, so first one is a 16.
16. Okay.
Second one is a dirty 20.
Very nice.
And then third one is a 17.
17. Okay.
And I also, sorry, Patrick, I do want to say that in this interim, May has organised for snack delivery and like tea service to the workshop.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely something that the other Arcanists like really appreciate, and could have done themselves and just didn't occur to anybody. There is a kitty taking up Ink's entire screen. It's such a close-up of fur. In putting in these extra hours, you do actually get above the threshold that I set. You actually completely finish the power assembly that you were originally hired for, and get to work on kind of the rest of the machine without any kind of explicit permission or kind of like transfer point. Eventually you are no longer working on your specific project, you're just working on the project, and it seems like you have sped up a decent amount the amount of time it will take to finish this machine. It's probably the second or third day that you're working, as you're chatting with your new coworkers and such like that. Arcanist Hank is like, so your friends said a good topic of discussion would be your boyfriend, apparently. If you wanted to, said, talk about that. I'm always interested to hear some gossip,
I'm imagining May is like on a what do they call them, like a mechanic's dolly, like that like.
Oh yeah. You're on a crawler. You're
Yeah.
like underneath. You're just gonna like slowly slide out.
May slides out and it's like puts up like the dirty goggles. She's got like filth all around except for like the white patches of the eyes, covered in grease, holding a wrench sort of deal. Yeah, exactly. And is like, sorry, my what?
Oh, yes. Sorry, no. I was told your boyfriend, partner, significant other. Your friends used boyfriend. I don't
My
know.
friends.
You prefer? Yes, of course. The other the other detectives. Yes, Fish and Cleric Denier.
I always want to have May roll like for self-insight, but I think she's just so like, those cats, they can't leave well enough alone. So she'll just kind of like laugh politely, but also kind of like clench teeth. And I go, I think they're mistaken. I don't have a boyfriend. And if you were looking for topics of conversation, I'm more than happy to talk about my extensive academic work and accomplishments, as well as yours. And she expectantly just waits. Like, she's not being like mean, but she's like very clearly like, if you want to talk to me about something, it'll be about my fucking numerous achievements. Thank you very much. Not like my potential romantic relationships.
As you were doing this, you can tell that this has you can tell that as like workers, as a workplace, this is a very casual vibe. You know, it's a lot like mechanics where
Yeah.
you're constantly kind of like razzing each other and chatting and stuff like that. Gof sees kind of a little bit of the tension here, and it's like, yeah, Jolly, why don't we talk about your romantic history, huh? We got someone new to share the stories with. Oh, please, Gof, do not. What was her name? What was her name? Huh? She was the, what was it? Wife of the sanctuary elder. Reason you had to leave and change your name? Gof, that's quite alright. We don't have to talk about this at all. You know, we can keep this, you know, very strictly professional. And yeah, bet you kept it professional.
May is like Sims negative, like May just doesn't say anything, she just slides back under and gets back to work.
As Gof has just quickly gotten the attention away from you, you all just work quietly for a little while before the next topic of conversation, as if the previous one never happened. it's just like,
And
oh
it
yeah.
and it goes like, can you hand me that wrench over there? Hand me the wrench.
Also, May will remember that Cal and Fish have done this. And she will hold it for the right moment.
They did do this. I was just
Yeah.
holding onto it for a good time. Yeah, the conversation eventually picks up again, where you're talking about some some sort of like safer topics that are just like specifically about the thing you're working on, that then eventually transfers into like more academic talk. I think you find some more like strange points of connection between you and Gof and you and Jaw. Just like, oh, you know, you ended up like using on the dig site this tool that kind of like an automatic sifter. It vibrates like dirt into different sized chunks automatically, and you realize that that's the kind of weird thing. You recognize some symbols that Gof is like putting on, and you're like, oh, that looks kind of familiar to me, and you kind of like think back to that, and turns out Gof was one of the people who like developed that technology. You probably find out that you crossed paths with Jaw very briefly at some like gala in England where you were probably with Howard. Yeah, just a lot of little points of connection about that. I will say you don't remember Jaw at all. He does seem to remember you, and you really don't remember anyone that looks like him, which is like, he's a 6'6" lanky motherfucker. So that's a little bit odd. But yeah, I'd say give me a history check if you want to like try to solve that mystery.
Dirty 20, baby.
Jesus. Okay.
Hey, I got a good history stat.
You as you're having this conversation and kind of like trying to place this, you're talking to Jaw. He's just like, he doesn't seem even like slightly surprised that you don't remember him, and he was just like, well, of course, I looked very different at the time. It was under a different name, and such. It was, uh, uh, you know, uh, Jaw Hanked is sort of a second name when I moved. Yes, I was quite a bit. I was quite a bit shorter then. I was wearing at this party. I I went by Delia Hest at the time. I was tits. It looked very different.
Does May remember Delia Hest?
Yeah, probably vaguely with a dirty 20. Yeah, you're like, oh, I see a little bit of the facial similarity. Yeah, okay. It kind of thought maybe a sister. No, okay. You transitioned after I no longer met you. Yeah.
May manages not to say congratulations on the tits.
Good.
But it was
Good
just like,
self-control.
oh, of course, right. Yes, I remember Delia. Yes. Says something about, I don't know what Delia was known for at the time. I don't know.
It was
Abstracted.
it was absolutely this thing of like with that dirty 20 that clicks for you and you're like, oh, was not super up to date on your current work, so I don't know a lot that was published under
Okay.
Jaw Hanked. I do know more that was published under Delia Hess. That's like, oh, okay, I do remember you worked with this one team that was doing some really interesting things with like animating objects and trying to like like refine certain symbol spells. One thing that symbolists do all the time is, you make a function that's essentially like 30 symbols long, and then somebody comes along and says, well, if you do this and you reverse this symbol, you can get it down to 10 symbols long, and then it just kind of like goes through this like refinement process. The best example of that you can think of is Reflections, because Reflections historically were like this, oh, you have to do like a long string of symbols. It was originally on like bronze mirrors, which even then only made very like simple bronze skinned reflections that would just be used to like guard tombs and things like that. Like very simple inputs and outputs. And then technology advanced, symbols kind of advanced. You get kind of like the, like 14th century where it's like, oh, there's mirrors now, but they're really shitty, cloudy mirrors. So to kind of compensate for that, you need a string that's like essentially a sentence long, and then that gets like shortened and refined, as well as like mirrors getting better. Actually, one of the like really old works from Crown that you recognize he was one of the people that got the string of symbols down for a basic reflection to 3 symbols from like 7, and since then, after he was no longer kind of in that field, other people got it down to 2, and then 1, and then kind of altered 1 was one of the advancements that China Sorrows did of being kind of like this most basic level of reflection being able to be made with 1 symbol was a kind of a big deal. And a 1 symbol reflection is inherently like very fragile and like prone to change and has like these limitations with it. They shouldn't be summoned for too long, but like the additions that China made meant that they could be summoned for a little bit longer without kind of like changing in personality or going rogue or things like that. Just kind of like, symbol technology changes at the same rate that like normal technology changes. And so you're like, oh, if I cast my mind back to Hess, I can see that like you're talented enough, or were back in the day, but you've never necessarily like done anything like super major that you would recognize. Like it's possible that that now is like Jaw he's just been like working in fields and publishing papers in like places you don't care about, fields you don't care about. But it does seem like it was kind of like, I was a theoretical guy that did a bunch of work when I was younger, and now I've just kind of like focused entirely on the practical, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't really need to publish a paper. I can make this thing with fewer symbols than I could before, or out of cheaper materials or something like that, and I don't need to like publish a white paper on it or something like that. I don't need the academic cred.
With this, is it feasible to say that this potentially gets May noticing all the mirrors
Yeah,
and the conscious reflections?
I would say so. I think if during these 3 days, out of curiosity, May would try to make a reflection out of like the bathroom mirror or something like that, or the mirror in her room, it would not work, and a little message would come up flashing in a couple languages that would just say, reflections are not allowed on this premises.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. And I guess she would like generally try to like check up on Metal or check in with the others about Metal, and do her utmost best now more than ever not to succumb to the temptation to call Cinna and be like, "Mate, shit's fucked down here. You need to come over."
Come over. Come pick me up.
Yeah, I don't like it here.
But yeah, you get a lot of work done, you get a lot of progress, and you bond with the other Arcanists to a certain extent. Doesn't seem to be like bad people by any means. A little bit rough around the edges, things like that. Goph absolutely gives you like several hints, like getting you to try to ask about his history because he's always desperate to tell new people, and Jaw like always kind of steers the conversation away somewhere else because he doesn't want to listen to it again. But yeah, that's kind of what your experience is over these days.
Okay.
Goph is like just chomping at the bit at all times for somebody to be like, "Why do you have that accent? What's with your name? Why do you look the way you do?" Like, I've got stories. Please, I won't bring them up myself, but I need to heavily hint that you should ask.
Like, look, if like Goph ever asks May out for like a friendly drink post work, then she will totally ask. But like, given how much Jaw is like, for the love of God, do not tell this story again, she won't bother.
You give me an insight check.
Oh. That's a 12.
Yeah, he's not really trying to hide it. With a 12, I think you get the sense that it's not that Jaw is like, it's a terrible story you don't want to hear. It's like, I have been present every fucking time you've told this story. I don't need to hear it for the 35th time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how your couple days go. I will say it's probably fair to say in some downtime in these 3 days, you get some of the information off Kat. You work with Cal a little bit to fill those holes in her notes. The question I have is, do you then use Kat to also have a second full copy of the notes, kind of in Kat's memory?
I think May would extraordinarily reluctantly leave that up to Cal. May, like, at the moment, does feel a little bit on the outer if she's not been properly told about what this nasty, nasty report is about.
Then it's up to Cal. And what does Cal want to do over these 3 days?
Sorry, a sad little freaking attempt to how my iPad has not been working out for a minute or two.
Do you need to switch to your phone? You're really cutting in and out and freezing for me.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not seeing you at all, but it's not the dots, it's just unstable internet connection.
Okay.
Hmm.
I wasn't getting that. I was seeing her. It was just choppy.
Yeah, same. This is making me think of the opening to Leggy Blonde by Flight of the Conchords. I don't know if anyone's heard that.
I know like all their songs except that one that you've just mentioned. So
yeah. It has like a section where it's all like office sounds to make the song. Yeah.
Hello, sorry about that.
No problem. So yeah, what does Cal want to do in her 3 days?
Okay. Just for my own nerd brain, is this what this is Saturday, Sunday, and a new canon Monday, or Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then also Tuesday?
I'm saying Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then like Tuesday is when the standalone happens.
Okay. So, in order of stuff that doesn't need to be played out, Cal will definitely finish the stuffed animals, and she'll get them ready to be packed to send to Elise.
Aww.
Yeah, that would be one of her priorities. And yeah, and then probably give Elise just like a heads up on sending Stone of being like, I'm sending you something. Nothing has happened in the last couple days. It's really super normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just say this and then you can tell me anything you want to see. We'll probably call Elise just to tell her she's sending a package and should check in, make sure that nobody has tried to murder her or her children in the last few days. She is going to go to Pagan's temple site to check in on there, make sure nobody got murdered there either. Check in with, like, especially Tail and kind of get the idea of how soon until everybody's leaving. Would also like in that to ask probably Enharken to see if she can get the contact information for Nialotel.
Okay. All right. When you call Elise and just let her know she's sending you a package, she's just like, "Oh, hello, dear. Yes, no, things have been fine here. It's been a little, been a little hectic getting everyone back, and of course we're down a few people now. So it's been rather sad, but we're settling back in. Hasn't been any new assassination attempts, so it seems like the temporary truce is holding a little bit. Although I do expect them to take longer to recover if they were going to attack. So not sure that's evidence yet. Did you get the paperwork I sent to you and Fish?
I did, yes. Thank you. This is the exact copy you sent to the benefactor?
It's the exact copy I sent to the benefactor. Same redactions, same lies. But there's, I thought it would help your investigation if I just gave you kind of the exact thing there, so...
Yes, it is appreciated, both the information and the fact that you are now trying to provide your deep, dark secrets of unholy magic to whoever pays you for it. That's probably a good sign.
Callie, I will have you know it was not just that I was paid for it. I was paid a tremendous amount of money for it. That's very different. When you have to shop for your own things, then I think you'll understand.
If Tinnitus knew that that you were so concerned about money, he would have a connection.
Well, it's turns out that it's incredibly expensive to run a temple, especially when nobody wants to, be involved with you in any major way. No real friends when you're a heretic, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. My point is, I'm glad you're not telling him everything. And I do.
Dear. It's as
Well,
much as I thought I could get away with, to be honest. With letting them in on the secrets without actually revealing the secrets, if that makes sense.
yes, and I really, well, I think that no one who doesn't know you as well as I do would be able to tell some of your tells or your careful ways of phrasing or replacing out certain words and theorems. So I hope,
Took a close look at it then.
of course.
Well done. I will say I didn't expect any less of you, but I am of course impressed. And of course, as you know that my mouth is a grave. I'm not a gossip. I don't reveal secrets. I don't have to. Um, yes, everything is going great. And whatever you're sending me, you said it was for the children.
Yes,
Sure, they'll appreciate it immensely. They did love to meet you.
it was, I'm glad to have met them as well. But yes, something to think of me by while they wait for me to finish my work.
Well, maybe they'll want to give you a little call and thank you over the phone before you can next visit, or you come stay with us. Um, all right, Kelly. Well, bye bye. Give my love to Sister Tail. Maybe find some time to go on a shopping trip with her or something. I um, wanted to let you know that I miss you, and I'm sorry we couldn't spend more time together when I was visiting. But hopefully, this gave you a little bit of privacy to pursue, your own interests away from your big sister. Um, I couldn't help but notice that there was that Jamal is a rather strapping young man. And very tall, and I think that he, may have some, uh, perhaps feelings about my little sister. Oh, oh,
He'd make
oh.
a terrible stepfather for your children.
Well, I know that. Okay, so I was more teasing you about your taste rather than my own.
I
But
don't have taste. How
touche,
long have you known me?
touche. Your entire life.
Yes, and when have I ever shown interest in anyone of
At
any
least
gender?
3 times. At least 3 times that I can remember.
Who?
There was the bakery boy who gave you an extra
No.
roll that time we went, and you said, "Oh, that was very nice of him." And I went, "Ho ho 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 ho." And then you said, "No, I literally just meant that was nice of him. I'm not reading anything into this." And I said, "Oh, reading nothing into it? You're sure?" And then you got mad at me. Um, And then there was that time that ooh, what was his name? I don't quite remember. He was visiting from Frankfurt or something like that. You spoke about spell construction, and then he sat next to you in the cafeteria for a couple days. A nice little date. And yes, he looked at you, and you looked at him, and of course, this was, well, I suppose pre-veil, so a little saucy eye contact, and then you said, "Oh, what happened to him?" And I said, "Oh, he went back. He went back home." And then you said, "Oh, he there was something I wanted to talk to him about regarding a spell." And then I went, "Oh, ho, 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 ho." And then you said, "No, genuinely, you have a history."
I don't even remember these men. No, there's nothing
Well,
going
I'm
on.
sure they remember
Nothing at
you.
all. And anybody who's ever given me a role was trying to get your interest.
Well, listen, not that I think it's any of your business, but the bakery boy did about a year later or so. He'd moved on before he offered to kiss me on the cheek. Okay, that was only because you turned him down. The next time he said, "I have another role for you," and you said, "No, thank you. I'm quite full." And so he didn't give you another role, and you shot him down, and so he was exploring other options later.
Sure. But no, I have Jamal. I spoke to him once since nothing interesting.
You spoke to him once, and what did he say? And what did you say? And what did you wear?
A robe, black.
Just a robe? Oh my
A robe.
Just a
Oh, I'm
robe.
hanging up.
Oh, Callie, who knew you had it in you? Click. She calls again. You let it go to stone voicemail.
Why do I bother? Why? Why do I even answer?
Yes. So, what else do you do in this time frame? You sorry, I got caught up in the moment. You did other things.
Yeah. Gonna visit Pagan's Temple and ask
Mhm.
for Nielo's mailing address.
Yeah. Anne Harkin has just been keeping track of local contacts, especially since this is someone who's potentially donating money. You get the sense that the society has continued to try to like make overtures to pagans people, and that they may want to explore more of a closer relationship in some way, but that uh that there hasn't been any more like meetings or anything that have formalized it in some way, just kind of overtures, and that the overtures definitely increased once Pagan and her group started more actively kind of like trying to reconstruct this old temple location and make it fit to move in. Once it was very clear of like, oh, we're here more permanently, the society was definitely reaching out. But yes, you get Nielo's contact information. Um, uh, Pagan does ask you if there are any updates regarding any of the other temples, or if you would like to go see their new temple that they're restoring. But you probably are like, man, I'm just kind of avoiding the subject. And, it may not be in a place to ask her for money essentially yet. Um, but you can absolutely get Niello's number and address. Um, Pagan reports that there has been no new attacks, nobody else injured or missing or anything like that, and there has been a lot less hostility between her people and Tinnitus's people, who are still, staying in the church, kind of on their property. But you really, reading between the lines with Pagan, get the sense of being like, we're not friends, and we were not even as close now as we were before this incident happened. We're healing that rift. It is not healed. We're cordial with each other. You check in with Tail to see how the others are doing. It seems like in the meantime, in these last couple days, Tinnitus has been trying to reach out to old necromantic contacts in the United States and here, trying to kind of like expand the network a little bit. Doesn't seem like he's been having tons of success, but it does mean that like the rest of the necromancers are a lot of old dealers from back in the day. You gotta get your coke guy who's different from your heroin guy. You can tell that kind of, with this, especially with this like extra muscle that he brought, they're kind of not really doing that much. Tinnitus is working on a lot of stuff, and they're just kind of there trying to fill their time. So Tail gives you the sense that they'll probably be leaving in a couple more days, but because she is very much not busy, she's spending a lot of time like making new supply chain contacts, and has with Tinnitus's permission, like explored some very basic contractual connections for Pagan's people for the new temple. Um, and yeah, she's working, but is also kind of bored, and she's just like, kill two birds with one stone, and decides to take you out for like a fun like shopping day, basically, so she can meet with some people, but also spend some time with you. So you head out with Tail, and there's a couple of little used clothes boutiques that you check out. Some fabric dealers, some specializing kind of more in like upholstery and stuff like that than clothing fabric, but still like you get some good inspiration, and even like even though not all of it, probably not even most of it, is to your taste. There's a lot of um uh there's a lot of like clothes people that you can talk to and chat with and kind of trade ideas with, and so that's kind of a uh, fun day. What do you mean by Jesse Source?
There was like a
The
suggestion
fabric.
fabric store.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the places you end up going to. You honestly probably run into Claire at on one of these trips, just like taking her lunch break to go get more fabric, and introduce her to Tail and spend some time talking shop with her. If you want to spend any money on like fabrics or materials, you can just say about how much you want us to spend, and I'll just say you get like X amount of materials.
How much
Or
money
if
do
you
I
want to,
have?
or if you want to like try to roll an investigation check to find something specific, or
I'll
like try to
do.
find a sewing machine for yourself or something like that.
I'll
Whatever.
spend like 10 of my Canadian dollars. Unless I can't remember what the translation is. Is that a absolutely ridiculous amount of money? Cal's aiming to spend about the equivalent between like 50 and $100 in today money on both.
10 Canadian dollars is about $100.
Cool. Yeah, then on fabric, and I'd say any like thrifted like pieces that she'd like or anything like that.
Okay.
I think she is, without knowing actually, no, just in the idea that she is going to be spending time with Elise soon, and unfortunately having to go back to the Elise is dragging me out of my room and I have no say about it part of her life, that she is picking out a couple more, not necessarily super modern, maybe more 40s-ish pieces to have in her wardrobe.
Okay. Excellent. Let me just. You said 100, so we'll do one of these and one of these.
10 Canadian dollars.
Yeah, which is 100 modern dollars. Yeah, you get 5 like full uh, pieces for that price. They're all vintage, all used, and all kind of damaged in some way, which is how you get them for a good price. So you will need to spend some time kind of repairing them on your own time. But there are a number of pieces that are not entirely black, but are kind of in the darker, color palette. And a lot of like that very 30s and 40s style of like still having that like flow, and like the uh the saucy bit is like, oh, the shoulders on this are bare, but just the shoulders. They're still full sleeves of things like that that Cal can kind of modify to remove if she wants, but also are probably of a level that she is somewhat comfortable with. Additionally, you get about 5 pounds of fabric trim, buttons, things like that.
Excellent.
All right. Anything else you want to do in your kind of downtime here?
Cal's not going to go out of her way to talk to Titanius, but is going to kind of be, especially when she's there and like leaving and then coming back with Tail, just seeing if Titanius is like, making sure Titanius knows that she's there without being like, I want to speak to you, but just sort of being like,
You can tell that he is aware of you when you come and visit, but he doesn't seem to be like as warm to you as he was before the Elise affair, of just being like he doesn't.
warm.
Yeah, exactly. He was this fake warm of like, I'm your father figure, and now he's like not even doing that level of effort. Where Yes, that was a purpose Megamind reference. It's me, your space dad. um, but he now seems to be making a little bit less of that effort. He doesn't know who Elise is, or that she's alive, but it could definitely be like, give me an insight check to see how much you're getting from him in like your short little interactions together.
16.
Okay. With a 16, you kind of get the sense it's kind of like that thing of being like, you are a neutral party. Why are you acting with neutrality? You should also be on my side, kind of thing. Of like, you are the neutral party in this discussion, but you are acting neutrally instead of favoring him and your temple all the time, which probably rubbed him the wrong way a little bit. And yeah, I think a 16 is high enough to tell like a little bit of worry that maybe kind of like he's losing you to Pagan because you showed her favoritism, aka neutrality.
Yeah, I think Cal, if that would happen before Cal and Tail left for their shopping trip, I think Cal would ask Tail, like, do you think I should be showing my warm loyalty to our great abbot?
If you were like out in the public when this happens, Tail like very quickly like glances around to make sure no one else is around, and then says, "Sister, your choices are your own about who you decide to give your loyalty or warmth to. I think that our dear abbot is someone who appreciates demonstrations more than words. If uh, there was something you could do for him to get back into good graces, that may work. It does not have to be uh, genuine necessarily. You know how he is." It's a little more honesty than I think you get out of Tail when you're not like when you're like around other people, especially other necromancers. And you know that may bring to mind the whole discussion about being like Tail is not a supporter of Tinnitus, but just kind of chose to put her weight behind him because it meant your fellows didn't starve in the interim rather than because she actually likes the guy or thinks he's a good leader at all. Um, but yeah, she's kind of telling you in like more subtle roundabout terms of being like, hey, if you want to like do a bunch of nice stuff for him to make it seem like you're more explicitly on his side, go for it. You and I both know that doesn't have to be genuine. That can be entirely fake just to like get back in his good graces.
Yeah, based on that advice, I think when we can still just like abstract this, I think Cal is going to make a report of notes that is a mixture of, her writing and Jamal's and stuff like that. That is basically a report on Elise, which is excellent if you had limited knowledge and you were genuinely a stranger to her. Like a genuinely like full, very good report on what kind of Elise was sharing publicly, with the idea of being like, and then my sanctuary detective spoke to her, and here are like real details that are kind of totally irrelevant. Maybe like more about the murders of what was it, Kitty and I was gonna say Kitty and Lydia, but that's not their names. Girls from Pride and Prejudice. That's why her hair is so big. It's full of secrets.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, that and then like speculation and theories, which is totally off base, but does make sense with the information she's presenting. Of like, here's my theory on how she does her magic. Completely fucking wrong, but he is very like sound, and she's like showing her work. And she makes that report. Let's say if she visited Tail even on like, we were on what, like Saturday or Friday, and then she's making this report in full by the next day and hand delivering it to Tinny.
Okay. Give me a persuasion check with advantage. Your DC is 10, and then every 5 over that is going to be better and better results.
Would you mind, because we're saying it's the next day, you'll let me move my
Yes, you
specialty?
can.
Thank you. Okay.
You just devote yourself to writing that day.
Yeah. Okay. I really need to make more use of my feat, which is as a necromancer feat, I can give myself a +3 on anything I don't have proficiency in. Is that correct, Patrick?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
I think it's actually half your proficiency bonus rounded down, which is, I believe, +1 for everything right now.
Oh, that's gonna be in what's that? Dirty 20.
Okay. Yeah, with a dirty 20, he says, "It's me, it's your space dad. We're gonna do some training." No, you get the sense that you are not this report is not giving him a lot of new information. He has actually, as an enemy, he has researched kind of like the publicly available information about Elise and has his own speculations as to her powers. But this is with a dirty 20, this is such a like act of devotion for him. He is immediately warmer to you. He welcomes you in. He actually like when you come and visit next, probably just to hang out with Tail. He actually has like special food prepared that are like your favorites from back in the temple, which is just like, you know, like a holiday meal that's essentially gruel with some like brown sugar in it or something like that. You know, obviously like you've had better food now, but that he's giving you like special holiday food that's you know, at least nostalgic to you, if not good, as a reward for your loyalty. And it seems like he's more confident that kind of your thing with Pagan is kind of like a deception because you
A
went to
shadow game.
yeah.
My one last thing that I'm gonna say in my like nice Space Dad tea with Tinnitus, at some point when Tail has like left or something like that, Cal's going to be like, I've never actually asked you directly what you thought of my veiling.
You ask Tinnitus this?
Yes.
Um as he kind of takes you for a walk into the graveyard outside, and he points out to you some kind of interesting gravestones. This is not a historic cemetery by any means, but you know there's still some interesting epitaphs and stuff like that. And as you walk, he just sort of speaks to you and says, "Sister, your veiling is your own business, and I have never wanted to sway you one way or another. I do think that it is a sign of devotion to our faith to dedicate yourself so fully, especially around others outside. But I also recognize it for what it is, which is a way to hide from pain of your sister's passing. I want you to know that our plans have been somewhat derailed by this trip here, but that I do have some contacts that I've gotten back in touch with recently, and we may be able to have an expedition to Florida to recover your sister's bones very soon. I think that if your veiling was a pure devotion to our faith, I would accept it even with its strangeness. But I know that you are also hurting in some way, and I hope that you learn to accept that pain, bring it into yourself in a way that allows you to sometimes lift the veil. To suffer is to live.
You know how sometimes you intentionally go to like the worst person you know just made a point where you're like, people keep telling me that keep telling me the thing I don't want to hear. So I will go to the terrible person who I know will tell me what I want to hear. And then he didn't do that. And Cal was like, wait, what the fuck?
Yeah. No, there is this thing of like, you know, necromancers are very spiritual people, Plus, their entire like political game is like insinuations and fucking with each other. So mechanically, they all have pretty high insight. So being like an experienced abbot, like he understands what your deal is. He's not gonna bust your balls about it, but he's like, I know that you wear a veil because you don't like to look at people in addition to you know being holy. He's probably like putting more emphasis on the holiness of it than probably is true, but he still knows that that's not the whole deal. Um, but yeah, he gives you probably some genuinely good advice, which is really shocking.
Yeah, Cal did not want that at all. Cal wanted to be like, that's so great. I love freaking freaky little losers together. Let's keep it up. Don't show anyone your ugly little face. I remember what it looks like. No, she is genuinely stunned at this, and she's like,
Yeah.
I
And there is
Uh,
also this kind of like religious tie-in of being like this is a crutch that you are using to like hide your pain. You need to accept your pain because to suffer is to live. So you know, kind of from two directions here, he's coming at you.
yes, your insight always astounds me, Abbott. Yes, you are. It is easier to show parts of myself when I am here with my fellows, who already know me quite well, like Mr. Tail and Brother Umbra. And I have found other people putting more trust in me, like Sister Beliala seems to see somewhat of a kindred spirit in me, which I know will be very helpful for us as we try to puzzle out exactly what happened between our sect and theirs.
Indeed, it will be. Thank you, sister.
Yes. Thank you.
Know that I'm always here if you need any words of advice. Cal's probably like, I was so ready to like completely write you off as someone who was never gonna give me good advice, and therefore I never had to come for her. And now it's like, do I have to put up with all of your shit in order to get like the occasional nuggets of truth there? I don't know.
No, genuinely, she's like, fuck you. What are you? You and Tail and Elite's doing secret Cal self-confidence meetings,
Yeah,
huh?
you got the
I don't
group
like
chat.
Yeah,
You got the
the
group chat.
family
We
group
need to get
chat.
Cal to unveil.
Honestly, the family group chat that Cal's not in is absolutely 100% what the dynamic is here.
Yeah. Ooh, it's me, Elise, from beyond the grave. Cal still wearing her veil? I don't know, because I'm dead. Get her to not do that.
Cal come out of her room in the last 10 years? No. Ugh.
Yeah. And then as you head back to the chapel after your little walk, he says, I also think that if you take off the veil, you will find unfathomable power. It is power without fathom. We've now circled around on these characters to me making fun of my own accent. I do. All right.
Without fathom. And it just doesn't be like,
Too
and
much
by the way,
gross.
that Mr. Tractate boy. Yeah, well, conversation with Space Dad didn't go the way she hoped.
It never
He
does.
was genuinely kind and insightful. Fuck that. Throwing that away. Some point she'll find someone who agrees with her very bad mantra in life. You gotta keep trying.
it's gonna be like that. Gonna be like, do you think I should wear the red dress or the white dress? Oh, you look great in both. No, I'm genuinely asking for your opinion. Which one do you want? It's like, should I wear the veil or not? I really think it would be better if you didn't wear it. That wasn't the answer I was looking for. Fish, should I wear the veil or not? Yeah, you got resting bitch face. Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Out of desperation, at some point, as Cal goes down her list, she's gonna go to Tone and be like, "You get it, obviously."
Tone is that would be such a fun conversation because Tone is genuinely going to be like, I wear this because I have a bad habit of trying to explode people's heads when they piss me off. This is not an aesthetic thing.
She's gonna
This
be
is
like,
me wearing
"Damn it!"
this
She's
is me
gonna go
wearing
to
gloves on
Angela's.
my powers.
She's gonna go to Angelus, grab her by the shoulders, and be like, "You understand?" And Angelus says nothing.
Speaks to her in
Thank
sign.
you.
It's like, I'm supposed to be dead. That's why I wear a mask.
I'm dead inside.
Wow. Yeah, nothing going the way that Cal wants. Very sad.
Yeah. Well, my last thing is that she'll just, check in with Jamal, try to talk to him. Especially if she's not busy next couple days or no mission stuff. Try to at least see him for like 10 minutes for those 3 days each day.
Yeah, you have good chats with Jamal. The first day, he is incredibly nervous, and you see that he has a little wildflower he's clearly picked from upstairs that he's pinned to his sweater, and then he gives Cal one, and then he tries to pretend like, yeah, it's because we're all on the same team. It's like a badge of teammateship. Anyway. After that, it's a little less awkward because he clearly thinks that the date went well.
Yeah, no, not particular things to say. Just being like, just kind of keep guiding him on work, letting him know that she's visited all the temple sites, and her next project is going to be visiting the like when you're doing your fucking dating salmon at Stardew, you have to give them the right items. But that's the next thing that she's going to be doing is going to the Temple of Hollow Graves. What else would you want me to know? Yeah, probably just about it. Probably just no, you know what? It should also be like, oh, if you see Metal, I know she seemed upset when you left the office. She's just having a bit of a difficult week. If you could just say some kind words to her.
Okay. I was pretty worried about that, so thank you. I'm not as good at this as the woman who showed it to me, but I was hoping maybe I could do like this as a little gift, and that might help her, and or at least try to cheer her up. And he takes a blank piece of paper and just like very quickly creases it and folds it into like a little origami like deer thing, some sort of animal with legs, and it animates and runs across the table for just like a couple of seconds before it kind of unfolds itself into a full sheet again.
That's lovely. I think she'd like that. Thank you.
And yeah, you probably run into him, walk past him in the hallway. As very Kubo in the Two Strings. You walk past him at some point as he slips a little letter under Metal's door. At some point, you hear the rustle as it unfolds, and then probably, ah! Oh, as she gets startled by a moving piece of paper in her room without any warning. But
This is the first time Jamal finds out where Cal is staying.
maybe. But yeah, I think that goes well.
Mm-hmm. I think that's everything that I had in my notes. Yeah.
Okay. And over these 3 days, what does Fish get up to?
The last trouble, yes. The last day that Castle is on, is working for the detectives. That evening, Fish takes him, and when I say they take him, they make him take them to take. They go out on the town and go drink at a bar together and hang out.
Nice. Give me a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Sure. Oh. Oh. 10.
Okay. With a 10, you're hanging out with him, you spend some time. There was absolutely this point of being like, all right, we're here, come on in, let's get a drink with me. And he's like, is that part of my job? And you're like, no. And he's like, okay, yeah, sure. And you get a drink together. You just generally get like not stupendous vibes from him. You think he doesn't super like you and isn't going to want to hang out as soon as the job is over. He drinks a little bit too much and complains about his life in such a way that you're kind of like, okay, so he's kind of whiny in a way that I don't like. But he talks about some getting back to like more regular work and how he's got some friends that he hasn't seen in a while. One named Batu, and he yeah, he's going. Yeah, to remind everyone, Trope Kessel is getting stabbed in the back and thrown into a lake to be animated by a sea hag in like 2 years. This will not be a long-term friend. And yeah, you spend an okay afternoon drinking with him. It was a nice try, but it did not turn out probably as well as you hoped.
Okay, I'd like to make another roll though.
Sure.
Fish, I imagine they've just been sitting at the bar together. Goes, all right, and let's put it on Falcone's tab. And goes to the bathroom, brings Castle with them, and it's like, let's get the fuck out of here so they
You just
don't have
fully
to
skip?
pay.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Do I have to roll for this?
No, that definitely he's definitely willing to do that. You went to a mortal bar, so there's no chance of either of you really being recognized. And you teleport out back to the sanctuary, and he does say thank you. That was a nice afternoon for my last point of employment for you and your friends.
Yeah, well, yeah, you deserve a win every now and then.
Yes, and I'm going to continue that win by never working for any of you again. I hope you understand. No hard feelings.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, and he pieces out and teleports away. And I think unlike that Monday, there is a thing where like probably Dean is talking to you all and is like, yeah, just so you know, the uh the Teleporters Union has been ducking our calls sometimes. We can still get teleporters, but it seems to be like more of a process now. It's a little bit harder. Individual teleporters are sometimes refusing. Um, So we just that's a problem going forward. We may not be able to use teleporters as much.
That's a them problem.
Yep, that's absolutely a them problem. That brings us to Tuesday, where as the as the group gets a emergency message from Tone that there is a mystery you need to solve. It seems like the other detectives are coming back like this evening or something like that to like settle up with you and like tell you what's been happening and what they need your help with. So this is kind of like a weird little emergency mystery to kind of fill time because not only is it necessary for you as detectives, but I think you get the sense that the administration is also like we have been told that they need to coordinate with the other detectives very shortly, so we can't get them into anything like particularly deep or involved. It's going to take them away for a while, but we also can't just ignore potential murders and stuff. So we'll only send them out on little like day trips.
Okay, real quick. The night before the one shot happens, Fish is up in the middle of the night and scrounges around for the sending stone that is a part of the the network that I assume that May has now been permanently like linked into, but one that Isle has a one of these stones. Middle of the night, and they like try to speak to her, like, "Are you there, Isle? I miss you."
There is no response on the other end, but as you go to sleep that night, put the stone on the side table, there is a very small as it like someone tries to contact you, and then it immediately stops, and it's sort of like a received. Yes, you all
Left you on red, honey.
No. In an emergency situation, can't respond.
Cal
but
picks up the phone while she's studying the archives and going, "Stop fucking sexting! We're all on this line!"
That's why they did it in the middle of the night.
I don't go to sleep.
Guys, can we keep this line clear? There's just like a slapping noise. I don't know.
No.
As days pass, Metal has come out of her room and spent a little more time with all of you, but she is very obviously avoiding tinnitus, especially. But as you
Tone even.
Yes, Tone, not tinnitus. The other T. Those T boys. As she's spending time with you, she's definitely getting like less anxious, but it's not totally going away, and she really seems to be looking forward to going on an adventure with you guys and really getting away from it. As May is not part of the actual detectives, she probably wants to go, but gets pulled into more work. Go ahead and give me another symbol roll at this point.
Sorry, that is a 22. Yeah.
Statistically, it's crazy that you've been rolling these so high.
It is. I'm actually, Patrick, I'm worried at one point I'm going to get a message from you being like, we need to talk about your role.
We need to talk about your rolls. I think you're cheating.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Cool. 22 is very high, and that may have an effect on things in the future. But for right now, we're going to ignore that. As you know, it's time for this mission to come up. You get pulled into working on something, but you are asked to assist with the paper that they are given to. That's like the return teleportation. You assist with Gof and with Jaw, as well as a like contractor who does just kind of like teleportation symbol stuff, like very much like an alternative to the teleporters union, somebody who designs and builds like teleportation circles as that, and you help design that, and it's probably feels a little like being left out. Might want to, you know, ask for more formal association with the detectives after this. But yeah, that is when the one shot happens, and as the others return in sort of the early afternoon, change out of their crunchy, salty clothes. And, you know, you probably get the 411 on what happened. The other detectives team comes back to the sanctuary, and you all get called into a meeting. You all get pulled into a meeting room with Grand Mage Ridgeback, Administrator Tone, and the other 3 detectives. Metal is sitting about as far from Tone as she can while still being like at the table, but you know, she is here and is clearly not doing great about it, but is here.
Fish may not be sitting next to her. Like that doesn't matter. But the point is that they have kind of like stretched out their arm on the table as if like shielding her a little bit.
Yeah, it's
like
over like
super
3
cash.
people.
Yeah.
Kekino is coming around the table, visiting everybody in turn. Yeah, you just sit down for this meeting, and you get a more full report of what happened in the time 2 detective teams were apart. The lead detective, Detective Zolt, stands up and starts the meeting, and it's just like, all right, everyone. First, I want to say thank you for your assistance with this. Here is our report. We found some evidence that the Second Dawn was active in this area, and when we went to investigate, we uncovered a potential plot to assassinate the Canadian Prime Minister, seemingly as part of the Second Dawn's plans to expose magic to the world. We managed to capture some of them, and after interrogation, we believe we may have found a base for them in the general area that aligns generally with the information provided to us by the second detective thing. Thank you very much, detectives. Our plan is going forward to organize a simultaneous strike with our team taking on what we believe to be their main base in St. John's, and your team taking on their secondary base in Oregon. There are unfortunately some political implications that I will let the Grand Mage speak on. Yes, everyone. Hello. First of all, very good work to both of our detective teams. Uh, Unfortunately, it seems as like the Second Dawn has some assistance from some Americans. They are, of course, active on both sides of the border. But there is a group, the New England Sorcerers Militia, that seems to have put some of their support behind the Second Dawn in St. John's, and we are worried about a potential conflict, perhaps an armed conflict, across the border. This group is unfortunately nominally under the purview of Grand Mage Aquinas of the American Sanctuary, one of his, perhaps reluctant, but one of his supporters. So there is a very tricky political situation here, and we, of course, want to avoid this kind of attack if at all possible. But due to the seriousness of a functionally invasion of our territory, myself and some of our security staff will be traveling to a nearby location to be on hand should they adopt a more aggressive stance. At the same time, as all of you may well know, the Pacific Northwest has been a disputed territory between the Canadian and American sanctuaries for a number of years before we finally agreed to allow it to be run by the Americans about 10 years ago. Unfortunately, it is an area that has never been very under the American Sanctuary's purview, despite what that Grand Mage may claim. And so we have continued to operate in there in secret when necessary for our own protection. That is to say, while we are approving the operation to strike at this base, which, according to the information gleaned by our detectives, should be fairly sparsely defended and possibly empty. There's a little conflicting information about whether they may have abandoned that base and moved elsewhere. Know that, unfortunately, detectives, while we can have backup at the ready, we cannot have a large force backing you up in the American territories. With that, plus the troubled relationships with the teleporters at the moment, we will use our own internal sanctuary teleportation system to bring you to the sub-sanctuary closest to your mission, and you will have to travel by other means. Is there any questions?
Well, no one said it was supposed to be easy.
Yes. No, no one ever said defending our home and our freedom and lives of our people was going to be easy. But I'm confident that we have a very significant advantage, and we can't lose the momentum on this. So, prepare anything that you need to prepare, gather any information you need to gather, and of course, you two teams will need to coordinate with each other. But you will be heading out to strike at these locations within another day. Tone has just been kind of like handing him papers and stuff to reference off of during this meeting, but hasn't really been saying anything. It's only when it seems like nobody else is going to speak that he says, "This is our opportunity. Finally strike back at those that hurt us, that threatened us, that endangered our people. This is what needs to happen in order to keep everyone safe. Good luck." And you are dismissed. It seems like you are now going to be the main part of a strike force. The information you get is essentially that this is like a military operation in many ways, and you are going to be a very small part of it. You are going to try to get to this base that they think may or may not be abandoned, but probably has very few people in it to get information, get whatever paperwork and things you can glean before scythes and other kind of big muscle come in and kind of destroy everything and ruin any investigative materials. While the other detective team, which with a much larger contingent of backup because it is in their territory, is going to strike at the what's seemingly the main base that the Second Dawn has been operating out of against you. And at the same time, there is going to be a lot of kind of troop movement. Basically, there's a lot of threat of the of forces associated with the Americans invading, of the American authorities being upset with you for operating in the United States during this mission. There is a lot of like people moving around, and this kind of seems like the final move to kind of crush your enemies. You finally found the Second Dawn, and you can finally put an end to them. And it's up to you, how you approach that. Going forward, you're going to have to decide how you are going to approach the Second Dawn, because the information that you've gotten with Sinner plus the extra things that the other detective team has found out, you've got a general area, couple square miles that you need to search. You got to set up a backup, make sure that all of your equipment and weapons and everything are ready. And it looks like there's not a lot of time to plan. You're just gonna have to do it. Anything anybody else brings up during the meeting?
On the way out, Fish, like they don't say it to Tone's face, but they're saying it so that he can hear. It's like leaning over to Cal, Metal, May. He doesn't have to fucking sell us on why we're doing this like that.
Yeah, Tone's not a particularly patient person. He fully turns around and addresses you and says, "Detective Fish, it's not about convincing you. It's about saying what is in my heart, which is that our people need to be protected at all costs. Good day."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's your meeting. You got your next mission, and it looks like it's gonna be happening rather fast. As soon as you kind of get out of the as soon as you kind of get out of the meeting, um, there is a like administrative assistant, someone who uh, it just works in the administration office, who's waiting with a piece of paper for Metal, um, and just says, "Ah, hello, detective. It seems we've received some calls from your aunt, Lady Dintel, and she asked that you return her call immediately, if you would not mind." Oh, I guess I'm gonna go take that. Are you guys okay? Do we need to discuss sort of what's gonna happen with this mission?
It
Well,
seems fairly standard.
do you need company for that call? Like, I'll just stand there and, I don't know, make faces and you can pretend to smile.
I appreciate it, Fish, but no, I think I'll just go take this.
Okay.
And she leaves to take her call. Um, in the next couple hours, there's a little bit more of a flurry of activity, um, and there is a point. May is probably working in the shop at this point, or actually, where do you think May is? What do you think May's doing? Kind of like uh, probably like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So workday is
If
actually
she's done with her workday and like she now knows they've got this thing tomorrow. She's feeling trepidation about that. She's preparing a whole bunch of stuff, which I can go over another time in preparation.
okay. But where do you think she is? Do you think you're in your private rooms? Do you think you're trying to
Yeah,
hang out with her?
if she has the tools in her private room, she would rather be there. Yeah, unless like the gang has expressed a desire to hang out together, she's going to assume. Yeah.
There is definitely this thing of like, you're an Arcanist now. If you want to like grab tools and materials from our shop and bring it to your room, you can. You probably, shouldn't operate like a welder in
Yeah.
in your room, in an enclosed room or whatever. But you know what you're doing. So if you
Yeah.
want to, tinker on something in the middle of the night, you can do it in your room or you can do it in the shop because you just have a key. Um, yeah, in your room, as you work on some things, we can get into specifically what you're working on later. You hear just a little knock.
May pauses and like, there's no peephole or anything, is there, on the door?
No,
Okay.
there's no people. This
Okay.
is very like dorm room style accommodations.
Yeah.
Like it's very like, why don't you have a peephole? It's like, your door's got a lock, it's got a bed, it's got a dresser. Well, what do you want from us?
Classy. In that case, May just calls out, "Oh, who is it?" Like,
Hello, Miss Gladly, Arcanist Gladly. We have a message for you from the administrator's office.
May opens the door.
There's just a little administrative assistant who looks very harried. She's got a number of like uh, documents and papers in a kind of a messenger satchel, and she uh, says, "I have some orders from you here from the administration's office. They are, of course, sealed. Um, have a good evening," and just immediately rushes away. Paperwork completely sealed, and uh, looks like it's got kind of the stamp uh, of tones thing. No, that is how Fish gets paperwork, which is by saying, "Kekano, go get my mail," and Kekano comes back with it. um, yeah, as you tear it open, you find that you are requested but not ordered to accompany the Sanctuary Detectives team as a form of communications officer because there is worry that. Because they'll be essentially behind enemy lines. They will have to get information and send it back. There may be things as like it's too much to carry or things like that. You are being asked, and there is like a whole like subsection that's like this is outside your contract. We're uh, giving you X amount of money plus we're offering you X amount of money plus hazard pay to do this, so on and so forth. But you're basically being asked to accompany the detectives in order to make sure that they can maintain clear channels of communication with kind of home base and their backup and make sure there's no like communication jammers. And if there are, that being a symbolist, you can try and get around them, as well as making sure, with you and with Cat, you can like record any information so they don't necessarily need to take, like 200 pounds of paperwork back with them if they need to get out of there fast or something like that. But yeah, you're basically you're not being like asked to join the detectives. You are being like attached to the detectives as sort of a arcanist liaison kind of person. But yeah,
Maybe it's better than nothing. Is there anything overtly worrying in the paperwork?
no, it is entirely just like we would like you to do this, and we are directly offering you money to do it, but you don't have to by any means. And this is probably at a point where you have heard from the others, like, hey, we've got this mission tomorrow where we're heading out and doing a bunch of shit. And, it might have been a little bit of a worry about Maze, about being like, well, friends are going to be in danger, and I'm just going to sit here tinkering with my tools at home, I guess. So it's kind of like, I don't know if that's a great choice, kind of being in danger, but I will get to, keep a closer eye on my friends. So that is
Yeah, no,
something.
exactly. For
Uh,
sure. And they will totally do whatever. Like, does she need to sign it and take it back somewhere, or?
no, it's just entirely like at your own convenience. Either confirm or reject these orders with the administrative office. We would request a answer within the next few hours to facilitate your travel and such. Um, and uh, there when you go and do that, you are given a new packet of papers. There's essentially some information about how travel is going to work for you and the others. As the symbol person, you are uh, a little bit familiar with kind of how the teleportation circles work, at least in theory. You know that uh, because it's fairly common knowledge, you all know that while there is this main sanctuary office where kind of the world is run from, Canada is run from, Canada is too large of a place with too spread out of an area to completely manage the entire sorceress community from there. So there are two what's called sanctuary substations that are in Canada, each run by a sub administrator, and it is, at least by reputation, like the sanctuary equivalent of a broom closet. It's genuinely like we have this building that we have, and the sanctuary has like, we've got 50 scythes on staff, we've got 300 functionaries, we've got all these office and stuff. It's like we have a teleportation connection to home base, we've got an office, we've got an administrator to run it, and we've got three sides. Like it's very much just an extension of power, rather than its own like independent um, functionary system. And the orders you receive essentially say that these substations of the main sanctuary are tied by kind of a permanent teleportation system, so you can go back and forth. You'll be teleporting in to the substation in British Columbia, which is located just outside Vancouver, and are then going to meet up with your escort / backup and get some last equipment. And they are currently figuring out how you're getting from there down to Oregon.
Okay. Cool. May's first thought after she does all this paperwork is like, okay, I need to go get Kat back. If I'm going to be this comms person. So I guess like May will go find Cal. Unless like we can abstract that entirely out of mind, but like maybe we need Kat back.
I will say this is probably like a little bit forward in time, so I mean we might want to go back slightly in time to kind of see what the others are doing.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Available.
I also don't know if Cal would have held on to Kat when she had like made her own copies of, and then a complete report. It sounds like something she would get done promptly and then give Kat back for.
Yeah, all right. That sounds about right to me. But yeah, on the other hand, May and Calcine.
Yeah, no, we'll still have it. I'll just say, Cal doesn't borrow shit and then not give it back.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, what do you want to do to prepare for this mission? It seems like, unlike with the Ruins arc, you're not going to have to camp out or really hike or anything, but the information you have essentially says that there is a fairly small town outside of where the hell did I put this? Yeah, outside of Eugene, Oregon, and that kind of small town and the area surrounding it is where they have narrowed down the Second Dawn's location. So, you may have to walk around a bit, but it's not going to be like hiking through the woods or anything. Wear comfortable shoes, but that's about it. But yeah, you need to kind of be prepared for like more of a stealth / military operation than a camping trip like you were before. What does everyone do?
I have thoughts, but they're completely unserious. And when I say that, I mean they are accurate to what the character of Fish would do, but they are not serious.
Is it make sure that they fuck the doctor before they leave?
Yes. And
definitely
going
one of them.
to bother
Yeah.
Yes. And going to bother Jamal just in case.
Good.
That sounds good.
Just in case I die on this mission, I need to make sure I piss off Jamal before I go.
He needs to remember me as I was, sexy and annoying.
Well, I would love to see those scenes, so go right ahead.
Oh, okay. You sure? You two don't have things?
I'm pretty. Cal's probably gonna just basically just be like, all right, sister note. Make sure Elise knows where I am in case I need to get fucking my ass rescued again. I'm just going to be doing very similar things. I will probably also be talking to Jamal. I think it's funnier if Cal talks to Jamal after Fish, so.
Okay. Well, I require her for the beginning at least.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because Fish shows up at Cal's door, knocks, has Kekino in their arms. Does she respond?
Yeah, knocks, and she'll probably go. Who is it?
It's Fish and Kekino.
Was about to be like, Kekino there? Yeah.
I am also here.
One moment. And then she'll get up and answer the door. What is it?
Also here. I am a sphere.
I will say she probably, you know what, we are probably 1 degree warmer, seeing as they both had to rescue their seal son in the last 24 hours together.
Yeah. Yes. Kekino is still not like
traumatized,
shaken up anymore. He's very tired.
Yeah.
He's had a big day.
Yeah. Yeah, hey, Yeah, look, I was we were going through the alphabet, and he's tired. I'm tired. We've got this thing coming up that we're going on.
I got up to G.
I just figured, yeah, G.
G for gladly.
Yeah.
G for fish.
Which is a little more
G for
confusing.
fish. Is that how fish is spelled?
We can
Yeah.
get it.
I thought fish was with an F. You told me.
That was what F was. We went over that.
Yeah, F for fish, and it's like a tuna that I eat. Dad,
Oh,
are
you
you
gonna
not
eat
named after
me?
that kind of fish?
I'm not
Is it a
actually.
different
No, I'm
kind
not.
of fish? Oh wow, you learn something new every
A
day.
whole. I'm a whole
Literally.
unique kind of fish. I'm a fish all of my own.
Well, Dad, you are very unique, and I understand that. But I just meant like it was your name. That's crazy. G for fish. Oh, that's. I'm gonna have to sit with that for a little while. G for fish.
Well, you can do that. You can sit with that as you sit with Danielle. Danielle, would you like to take him for a short while? Because, he,
Babysit me.
Of course. Do I need to teach him any additional letters, any numbers, anything like that?
Teach me Z.
TVC.
Look, for better or worse, I trust you with him. Whatever you feel like is right. But also, like, don't let it, impede your work or anything.
I was
Just,
probably going to. Sure. I needed a reading break, anyways. Perhaps I'll read to him. Thank you.
No, that'd be really nice. No, thank you. Thank you, Danielle. I really appreciate it. I just need, some time for myself. You know how I know you know how it goes.
Cal's gonna roll insight because no mean comment came. And time for myself. She is now at this point very begrudgingly accepted that Kekano and Fish is the same person, and therefore does know time for myself is bullshit. That's a 10.
to perceive to
Insight
what
of
exactly?
Why are you ditching Kekano with me?
Why are you ditching Kekano? I'm suspicious.
Yeah, I'm suspicious. What's the motivation here? Are you
Why
doing
am I
something
okay.
criminal? Are you fucking somebody? Do you feel bad for me? Am I about to get assassinated?
Fish is ditching Kekano with Cal because they do not want him to be around for what they're about to do, whatever that may be.
Cal probably goes, oh, Sarah's still probably in town. All right, well, I'm not going to look a gift. Mentally, she's thinking, I won't look a gift horse in his mouth. I'm just going to focus on time with Kekano.
Yay, babysit me.
Of course.
Dad, I don't know what you're doing, but I hope whatever it is, it's fun.
Oh, look, yeah. Sweetheart, I'm just trying to rest. I'm not up to anything.
Okay.
Roll deception.
Yep. I'll say with advantage on Kekano.
Oh, with advantage. Wonderful.
He loves you and wants to believe everything you're saying.
Sorry, I have to use my brain for a second. 24.
Okay. Wow.
24. Yeah, he completely and totally believes you. He's got no reason.
Oh,
not
this
to.
is also directed towards Cal to be believing as well.
Yeah, no, Cal will stick with her 10 because she is She went, I came up with an answer I'm okay with. Fish is going to spend time with Sarah. I'm all right with that one. I've made my peace with it. I'm not going to think any further. I'm going to accept that one.
Yep. Okay. That's all right, great. Thanks, Danny. Bye. now Fish is gonna go find Jamal.
You
Where is he? Where is that poor
uh,
man?
you find him in the cafeteria having kind of an early dinner, um, as he is reading a book and writing some notes. Um, and yeah, just kind of eating like very slowly a sandwich while you come in.
Now, is this are the sound effects indicative of how many people are around?
Generally speaking, no. They're just sound effects. But in this case, it's kind of like it's it's early for dinner. There's definitely other people in here, but not like a ton. It's not crowded by any means, but there's certainly like the staff is like ramping up to full dinner service, dinner rush time. So it's not like you're alone by any means. But yeah, there's not necessarily any buddy close by.
Okay, wonderful. I mean, like, it doesn't really affect how they would behave anyway. I just want to address Ellie. That's a really great idea to roll perception on the notebook, but Fish, it simply doesn't give a shit. I can't metagame that. Uh, they're here to bother Jamal, not in any like information gathering way though. Is he sitting alone?
There is somebody else at like the cafeteria table, but not like sitting with him. It's
Okay.
absolutely that thing of like he's on one corner of the cafeteria table, on the opposite side, and sitting as far down the bench as possible is someone else. Functionally, he's alone.
Okay. Fish, completely ignoring this other person, comes up and drops exactly opposite to him, to be looking right across at him, and just sort of like leans across the table all conspiratorially. And it's like, Bractate, you've been avoiding me. You think I couldn't find you eventually?
Um, he's like he's like writing, holding a finger up, writing, stops, puts his pen down, and goes, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't been avoiding you at all.
Sure. I bet you really hoped I wouldn't find out. No. No. Unfortunately for you, Samuel Lee cracked, and I know all about your date with Denier.
He looks like immediately his face flushes and he looks like embarrassed. But then he goes, I don't believe we were having a date. I believe we were having a nice working lunch among colleagues.
You gonna go with that?
Should I go with something else? Some people work, Fish.
Yeah, not my style. Look, Jamal, I can call you Jamal because I came here. I'm not here to antagonize you. I came here to say congratulations. Like, you seem to be under this impression that I'm like making fun of you. I'm really glad. Like, I was so pleased to hear. And you can call it whatever you want, but you spending time with Denier, that's what I want for the both of you, you know?
Give me a persuasion or deception check. You don't have to tell me which it is, depending on what it is. Oh, baby boy, you and your low stats.
Okay, 17.
That's gonna be, I think, a 3, but let me just double check. That is a 3. Okay. Yes. Um. Yeah. He believes you, and he kind of like looks suspicious and kind of sits back. It's like that's actually very nice of you, Fish. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, Jamal. I'm sorry that things were getting tense between us. I really, I don't want to get between what you and Denya are like developing. I think it's like good for the both of you. And I wanted to talk to you about her
hope
for a
so.
second. Yeah. So I noticed, and it's my fault for not being as secretive about it as I should. I should have watched my language more carefully. But I believe that you are aware of the true identity of Reverend Mother Shepherd and her significance to Denya.
Jamal stops, fully turns to look at the person who's also sitting at the table with you, and then fully turns to look back and goes, I think so, yes.
Yeah. Hey! To the other person.
What?
Fuck off.
You fuck off. Can't have
They
my
think-
pizza in peace?
No, you can't. Go, take
Wanna
it somewhere
go,
else.
little man? I will take you down! We actually would like a little bit of privacy, if you don't mind. Yeah, fine. Fuck you. Moves to another table.
Man, my life flashed before my eyes. Good on you, Jamal. That was really good. Yeah, you know what? You really, like, you've got power in the sanctuary. Like, you're really something, you know? I admire you a lot and
I don't think
what
that's
you've got
true, but
going.
thank you. I don't have a lot of power, but
Yeah.
thank you.
You don't have to think it's true in order for it to still be true. I'm telling you like I see it. Now, right. Back to Denya. The reason why I bring it up, we don't have to get into like the weeds of it, is that I'm sure that you noticed that like it's a kind of dangerous life that she's living, and same with her associates. And so I wanted to give you I wanted to help you out because I do believe you're powerful, but you can always go for some more assistance. I just feel like if you're gonna pursue anything, and however you like to put it, with her, you're gonna have to know how to handle yourself against threats and stuff. And I just wondered, do you think that if it came down to it, you'd be able to protect her?
I don't. You can see him kind of like deflate a little bit, as this is kind of like an insecurity of his. And he's just like, I don't think that Denier needs protection. Really, she's very strong and powerful and talented, but I feel that the best way I can keep her safe is by making sure that she has as much information as possible and she is well armed with knowledge.
That is really sweet, Jamal. But it only takes one time, one moment of her guard being down at the wrong time for something to go wrong.
I know that. She has a dangerous position.
Mm-hmm. And it's really good of you to stand by her side while she does that. And I just wanted to say I really approve and admire it, and I am yours to use for assistance if you'd like. I don't mean to presume, but I may be more experienced with the ladies than you. So it just, if you're ever having questions, worries, like, I want to say I'm here for you as a support role. In that area.
With the being more experienced comment, he does kind of like shoot you a glare, but then he says, "Fish, thank you. I appreciate it. You are less of a piece of a shit than I thought you were. So, I will say this to you. Do you know what her hair color is? I think it's blonde. I just saw a little bit one time. I think blonde. Do you have theories?
Black, actually.
Really?
Mm.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, we just had like this mission. We got in a lake, you know how it goes. And I saw a little bit of a curl, and it definitely wasn't, fabric or a thread or something. Like, you don't really mistake that kind of thing. No, I think what you might have seen is Metal confided this in me, and I feel comfortable sharing it with you because I know you won't pass it around. That Denier actually wears quite a lot of ribbons in her hair. The yellow may have been what you saw there.
Oh, that's really interesting. She
Mm-hmm.
doesn't seem like the type. Maybe I will buy her some ribbons. That does sound nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe maybe when she gets back and the danger is over. Um, Thank you, Fish.
You're
Truce?
welcome. Of course, Truce. Are we shaking hands?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wonderful. And, I guess just before I go and leave you to it, I just really want to assure you I'm here for you, and if you ever need to practice, I'm here.
You're talking about sparring? You want to teach me how to fight better?
Do I? Do I mean that?
Persuasion check.
Oh, what a time to get a nat 1. Anyway, it's still +7.
He kind of looks at you, and you think he's like looking for the innuendo and not quite getting it, and then goes, yeah, maybe we spar sometimes. Maybe that could be good.
I'm sure it would.
Anyway, I hope you have a good dinner, Fish. I will see you later, I guess, when you get back from your mission.
I really look forward to it. And they leave.
Yeah. What Ellie has missed is Jamal is bi, and in a previous session, you found out that Jamal is sexually Fish found out that Jamal is sexually attracted to them, but also kind of hates them, and so that was the first kind of peace overture between Fish and Jamal was Fish being like, "Oh, okay, he finds me sexy. That's the most important part of any relationship with another person." All right, good.
Truly.
Well, you laid some groundwork.
Yep, sure did. And and with that comes further opportunities of fucking with him still.
Yep. Definitely was waiting for the rug to be pulled out from under him that entire time, and it never happened, which means it's going to be so much more devastating when it does happen.
Yeah, it'll be the whole floor.
Jesus.
Anyway,
All right.
that's that. Thank you.
Any other scenes you want to do while you're getting ready? I will remind everyone that this does put, kind of a time limit on things to do around the sanctuary. You've got like a day left to get more equipment and talk to people, maybe get more information, more research, or kind of like mysteries things. You have been paid. I haven't paid any of you since your last payment, so you all have 20 gold.
Really?
Yes, 20
Sorry, that
gold
was Fish coming
additionally.
out.
20 gold additionally to what you had, plus Metal gets a little bit more as the lead detective. May came in at like that half week point of being like you're between pay periods, so you did probably get paid for like your half week. So that's going to be 35 gold for May. Even though you have a much more dangerous position, she has the much more skilled position. She makes more than you. Yeah, that's how that happens. You get a little more cash. And I believe at some point, which was probably like Monday or Sunday or whatever the actual pay period is, Fish was approached by an administrative assistant who was like, um, "Oh, hello. We has sort of a conflict in our payment schedule. According to this document, Isle Hind, even though she is still considered a threat to the sanctuary and is actively on the run from law enforcement, is still owed a last paycheck for services rendered as a detective. It seems before she was arrested, she left instructions that 50% of that last wage be given to you, Detective Fish, and the other 50% to be fed directly to the sheep, which I believe is upstairs. Um,
Yeah, all right. Well, you may have heard of me. I can't imagine why you wouldn't have. I talk to animals, so I think just give me 100% of that, and I will split it into 50-50 and deliver it to Wilma myself.
Oh, okay. That does make sense to me. It was, it's in coinage. It's gold and silver coinage, so I was concerned about feeding it to an animal. But yeah,
Oh, yeah.
if
No,
you can.
don't worry about it. I've given her ice cream. I've given her all sorts of stuff. She's
Oh,
got a stomach of steel.
Shoney's
That
ice
little
cream.
sheepy.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I'll just leave that with you then, if you can handle that. And yeah, you get another 20 gold.
Keeps all of it.
Yeah. Makes sense. Um. Uh. Yeah, I'm not going to make you roll for persuasion for that just because you had all the right answers and your persuasion is so high that you just kind of naturally get it without really
Thanks.
trying. Yeah, any other scenes people want to do this evening? Anything else they want to accomplish? People they want to meet with? Is this now a time for Cal to speak with Jamal? Does Fish want to go try to fuck the doctor? Do you want to buy more equipment or try to do any behind the scenes maintenance things that includes May spending some time figuring out how to make some new items or things like that. Whatever you need to do.
I mean, I've got a
You know,
list
there.
ready to go. So
Oh yeah. Sorry, Ellie. Just to say,
you're right.
I'm sure that there's like actual practical things that Fish can be trying to do, but they're just gonna go fuck the doctor.
Roll seduction check.
Yeah, pretty much. Doesn't have to be a scene. They just go do it.
If they're
Hey.
successful.
If they're successful, this involves two people. You head over to the medical office. The door is open as always. And as you step in, the doctor comes from the back room. You see, once again, this this rather kind of slim sweater vest wearing doctor who's I do not have reference art for Dr. Ket. I tend to only do reference art for people that I think are going to be in battles. So if you are going to threaten their life, maybe I will get them reference art. Dr. Ket uses they them pronouns and is very androgynous. It's like, is that tits or is that a bump under the sweater? Is that it's very much like that. Dr. Ket, yeah, kind of no ass. Dr. Ket, as Fish has now interacted with them enough times, can tell is someone who enjoys fucking with people from a gender perspective of being like slowly make your voice higher as you're having a conversation and then slowly make your voice deeper as you're having a conversation about being like guess this is fun for me. Yes, Dr. Remley just says, hello, Fish, welcome back. Are you having some problems with your with the soul treatment? I thought we were all finished here. Or are you injured in a new way?
No, the soul's fine. Believe I'm not injured in any sort of way. Apart from the old heartache. I did tell you before how cute you were, didn't I?
I believe so, yes.
And I did tell you also that, as cute as you may be, I was unfortunately with Isle at the time. Well, you may remember she is a traitor, and I am single.
Okay. And is there...
And I might be dying shortly. So...
I was told to prepare some medical equipment to send along with a team heading out. Is that you by any chance?
I would be on the team, yes.
Well, it's very important that you stay safe.
Mm-hmm. Maybe you could give me some training. Some medical training?
I'm sure we could arrange something. Give me a, I'll say a persuasion or performance check. Performance is seductive, I suppose.
Cool. It's +7 either way, so. 11.
With an 11, they say, yes, I'm sure I can give you some training. Why don't we step into my office here, and we'll just close the door.
Fish is like, I've fucking got it, man. It's happening. Already like, yeah, sure, take off jacket, hang it on the doorknob, shut the thing.
Takes you to a takes him to a back room. There is the main medical office, which is like 3 beds and some tables, and then there's kind of like a surgical suite / office in the back that he takes you to, and yes, he just starts getting some notebooks out and starts working on you with symbols. It's like, I wonder if you really know what you're going up against. Seems like a dangerous mission.
Oh, I never know. I like the
Yeah.
mystery of it.
Just like to jump in blind?
I do.
Hmm.
Isn't that the best way to experience things?
Well, I suppose that life would be boring if there were no surprises. Do you have any surprises for me, Fish?
Well, you know I do. Yeah.
No. You're reading this symbol wrong here. And they reach out
Oh,
and
okay, all right, yeah.
takes your hand and holds it while you sketch the symbol. There's just like a little stroke of your upper arm as they're teaching you this.
You know, Doc, I was feeling a pain in my hip earlier. Maybe you could give it a look.
In your hip?
Yeah, a bit tender.
All right, well, the blinds are closed. Why don't you strip down?
Okay. It's fuck the doctor.
Okay, give me another persuasion or performance check.
Wow. 10.
You are like, yeah, let's do this, and then they meet you and are probably a little more dominant than you expected and take the lead.
Alright, I'm fine with that. I don't like not being okay. Yeah, alright. Cool, done. Scene over.
Yep. Scene over. We'll say with a 10, there's about 20 minutes later. At least 5 of that was an actual medical exam. And then you are kind of straightening your clothes as you head out. And as you're leaving, Dr. Ket just leans against the doorway, perfectly like put together once again, and just goes, well, remember you have things to come back to after your mission. Don't die.
Thank you.
And swings back into the medical office. Dr. Ket is very like sex positive in a no strings attached kind of way, so just being like, yeah, we don't need to play games. If you want to come here and it's like, nobody's getting hurt by this, then yeah, sure.
Nobody is. People who don't know things can't be hurt by the information, right? Is Fish's thought on that. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, Fish is perhaps a little underwhelmed as their Riz failed them. But Fish had a good experience.
Yep.
Let me roll a performance check for Dr. Cat. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh yeah, good. Good.
And yeah, that's that's how that goes. Any other scenes from anyone else?
Yeah.
That includes Ellie's list potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Ellie's list. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but
Fish had to get late.
We can also switch off.
Yeah, true.
I'll just do what I did last time. I'll give you a list of stuff and Patrick can decide what it's the scene. Probably would call Elise again to basically be like, this is my exact location.
What specifically do you tell her? Do you tell her like, I'm going on a mission. I'm going on a mission to, Oregon. I'm going on a mission to this town in Oregon. Or I'm going on a mission to this town in Oregon. If I don't call you in like 3 days, come get me or something. Like what level of specificity?
She wouldn't give any details about the mission, but she would say exactly where she's going and then say like, I almost die on most of these and it usually ends up being okay, but I know that you would want to know where I am if I was leaving the sanctuary. So don't worry too much, but also I know you, so maybe call your favorite teleporter and see what their availability is like in the next few days.
Yeah, no, she'll do that. Fish has had a bunch of positive interactions with Dr. Cat. Otherwise, maybe that was a real possibility. Who knows? They could have been a reflection. They may still be a reflection. Who knows?
Did they have any tattoos?
I don't think that matters to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if they're the murdery kind.
Yeah, you just basically she's like, great, thanks for thinking of me. I will do that for the teleporter. And I'm writing down your location. She is kind of like, you're going to the States and you're not visiting me? Oregon's nowhere near Omaha. Still though.
Cal is having this conversation with Kakano on her lap, by the way.
Yeah. And Kakano is just being a good little boy. As always. Yeah. Continue with the list.
I'm gonna go check with Gof to see if her ring is finished.
It is, and Gof essentially is kind of working still later in the afternoon. He's definitely like moved over from the big project to his shop, and he's just kind of like, oh yeah, I got that for you. Let me just see here. I got it. Here we go. Here is your ring. I didn't really find a way to anchor any powers to it in any major way. It's kind of like, honestly, deadening kind of the innate magic. It really feels like this was part of like a magic item for like a really long time and had a lot of power flowing through it. So there was a lot of residual stuff I had to kind of contain. But with that, I didn't feel super comfy just kind of putting a random thing on it. So, if you got something more specific you want to put on like a power, we could, I can try and figure that out. But if you just want the ring as a ring, I got it here as a ring, I got it safe. That's kind of all I'm comfortable doing, unless you want something kind of specific we can work towards, you know?
Yes. You know, it mostly was for novelty and fashion, but you do make fair points about the power level being a little too high for
It's
something for
totally
novelty and fashion.
It's totally sealed and contained right now. Just no problems there. It's just you kind of gotta. You can either close a box and lock it up, or if you need something from inside the box, you can't lock it. You gotta still let it be openable. In this metaphor, I have locked the box. If you want it to be openable, we just gotta be kind of cautious.
I think if I wanted to open this box, and I don't currently, I may use it for locating of connected or similar items to this ring.
Oh, all right. Yeah, no, we could do something like that. Yeah, your friend May has been a real help. We're really finishing up the machine here, so I haven't had a ton of time, But when you come back, if you want to figure out some kind of location-based thing, I think we could do a sympathy enchantment as long as we isolate.
And if it's possible,
properly.
not having that be paired, I would prefer
Oh yeah.
not to know where I was.
So basic sympathy enchantments. If someone is aware of the connection, they can kind of trace it back to you. So you just need to isolate it in certain ways. It's not a big deal. As I can take care of that. Yeah. Why don't you? You can leave that with me now, or I can guess get it back when you come back from whatever the fuck you're doing, and we'll get that sorted. Yeah.
How pretty is it? Like, how sweet ass is this design?
It's absolutely this thing of being like, the design itself is not super detailed, but that really lets the bone like kind of be the star. It's essentially like a big like signet ring, like a cabochon, that is the bone, and it's clearly he like shaved it down a little bit and shaped it a little bit. It's not quite like faceted, but it is kind of like semi-faceted / polished. He absolutely worked on it. Shinobi is being so funny. And then the design of the ring itself is like starts as a very simple ring that kind of like splits and splits and splits and splits, kind of like tree roots or kind of like neurons, like getting thinner and thinner until it's almost like a little web of interlocking supports kind of holding it up. So it makes the ring seem still kind of like a little light and dainty, considering there's a big chunk of bone on it.
Well, it is lovely, but I guess there's really no reason for me to wear such a big statement piece in Boston, and it's best that you have it. The idea of something with a connection showing up on a sanctuary mission is probably something I should make sure is not even remotely possible. So I will let you tinker at it some more first.
Yeah.
Thank you. I do love it.
I'll fix it up. You're heading to Boston?
Yes, apparently. Or sorry, I said Boston. I meant Oregon.
Yeah.
She's lying. She's like, "You're the mole. You're the mole."
You're the mole. He goes, I got some friends in Boston. Let me tell you. Tell you about the best place to get a sandwich in Boston. Yeah, no, I'll take care of that. I'll get it all set up for you. Anything else you need while you're here?
Yeah, I'll have the cow buy a curse doll.
A curse doll? Okay, sounds good. Just mark off that money and such.
Okay, and then I'll do a scene with Jamal after Ellie's stuff.
Okay.
Okay, so the vase is like it's like half just stuff I need to do, and then potential scenes. So May wants to. I've already done the update and kiln. May's going to buy a standard health potion.
Yep.
May is going to make 6 infused stones with the engineering standards. So 3 of them are going to be recorded noises, like, you know, someone screaming for help and stuff, like whatever. And then 3 are going to be stinky stones, and like strong smoke cell sort of deal. She's going to infuse her clothes with the infiltrator armor, because it's going to be, I guess, like a stealth mission.
Okay.
She's going to service her weapons. I don't know if that actually does anything in game, but like she's going to make sure that her like gun whip are in order.
It's good to do. It's good character work, even if it doesn't work mechanically. Maybe the dice will understand that you.
I'm manifesting.
And be nicer to you.
So I'm just reading through my little list. Then there's potential for a scene with Fish, potential for a scene with Cal, and potential for a scene with Cinna, potential for a scene with Gof.
Okay. What are those scenes that you want to do? What would they?
So, May wants to infuse Fish's clothes with the enhanced defense infusion, because Fish is a squishy little bastard of a person.
Correct.
And May in her head is like, I do remember how easily and quickly they almost died.
Yes.
So, but I'm happy to abstract that. Ink, it's not a big deal for me either way, but like, I do want Fish to have those stats. So, please and thank you. With Cinna, it's going to be much like with Cal's call to release, like I might be in a spot of danger, and if you don't hear from me, maybe get worried, sort of deal.
Sinner is like, we're not gonna do the actual scene, but Sinner is straight up like, do you need me to like head to that part of Canada so I'm closer?
I think May
I got a job right now. I can just say fuck that job and leave if you need me to be at hand.
I think like if May hasn't sent a message by like the morning after the next day, then like assume the worst.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then with Gof, I don't know how viable this is, Patrick, but I was going through my equipment, and it occurred to me that May still has the singular sending stone from the Benefactor. And my mental process is that as May's going through all her stuff and preparing, she comes across it and goes, like, even if the line has been cut, surely there must be some way between her and Gof's, you know, like intelligence that they can maybe figure out where the Benefactor is.
Okay, yeah. Cool. Give me a yeah, I'd say this is like a mechanics check or like a tinker tool check, which you also have proficiency in. So yeah, I'd say give me D20 plus your intelligence modifier plus your proficiency bonus. And Gof is going to help you with that. So I think I'll probably have him roll individually, and just whoever's higher gets it rather than giving you the help action.
Okay, so that's a plus 6 then. Roll up. All right, let's do this. That's a 14. Not hard.
Gof rolled a natural 1, which still brings him up to like a 15, but is like, oh my god. Okay. So I'm gonna say that yeah, you win with the natural 1. So that was 14 for you.
Yeah.
Okay. With a 14, you are really reverse engineering this thing. You know, sending stones have been kind of like standard symbological technology for hundreds and hundreds of years. It's very old technology, and like the format has changed, but not like the not like the style of equipment, if that makes sense. And as you are exploring it, not a lot here that is not a lot here that's super like unique or anything like that. But you try some you try some things. You figure out some ways to essentially get like a signal to it, like a kind of like call logs type thing, with a bunch of secondary equipment that you get from the Arcanus kind of workshop, and you don't get anything. And you realize it's because not just that the connection was severed, it's that whatever stone it was paired to was destroyed, which is like a very thorough, if incredibly wasteful way of being like, do not track this back. But, you, yeah, with a 14, yeah, DC for that info would probably be 10. So yeah, you do get the sense that when he was talking to you and Sinner, just based on the way that the signal came through, and you confirmed this with your equipment, it was a strong enough signal that he was not like on the other side of the world, essentially. He was not necessarily close to you, but he was definitely in kind of North America. He was probably in kind of like Canada or the northern United States. He was not, at the time you were calling him, like somewhere else. He wasn't jumping like with a teleporter. He wasn't, vacationing in China or something. And that's kind of the extent that you can get with that info.
Okay. May's going to leave the stone then with Goph, just in case Goph has any great ideas. Also because I think May Loki doesn't want to take that sending stone on this trip, just in case it's being tracked somehow. And she'll relay this information to probably the gang, and also maybe Tone, because it's like, useful information to know.
Mm-hmm. He's just basically like, I'll just put it behind the counter here and take a look at it when we got time. Worst comes to worst, we just kind of like scrape it. We make it a new sending stone that can be paired with other stuff,
Yeah, cool.
And that's just a potential thing to mention to the other detectives, your team as well as the other team, just being like, there's some potential enemy that had a connection with the sending stone. But yeah, it seems like he's gonna tinker with it. He's probably not gonna make it a priority with the machine that he's working on. But he is also like, oh, you're still stopping in tomorrow, yeah, before you leave for the thing, to do another day's work?
Yeah. Sorry, Kiln is just telling me my character sheet no longer exists.
I've run into that sometimes, and it was because like the language was switched to French, or because it like is automatically signing you out between pressing sign in and like getting to your character sheets. It's an issue I've run into before. I am looking at your character sheet.
Okay, cool.
On Kiln, so I can like
maybe that's why.
You can, like, save a copy of it if you want. But
I would appreciate that, just in case. Jesus, it's mildly concerning. Well, in that case, I'm gonna have to rely on you if I have to roll anything for a little bit while I dig up the other files. Yeah, sorry, that's cool then. Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
He's just like, I want you to still come in and work tomorrow. We're so close on this machine, I can really taste it. And that's kind of the sense you're getting too, of definitely like, this project was the equivalent of This project was the equivalent of like aliens giving you instructions to make a machine, and it went from being like this is absolutely and completely nonsensical to being like, oh, and then this fits here, and then that does this. Oh, that's really interesting. And it's like with your help, aka these really high rolls you've been getting, you have like significantly progressed the progress towards this machine, and it does look like it's going to be done early. Yeah, that's what you get with the sending stone. Do you want to do that scene with Fish?
Yeah, sure. It doesn't. I wasn't thinking it'd be a big one. Just like May goes and knocks on their
Just
door.
be short.
Yeah.
Knocks on the door. Says anything?
I just called like, Fish, it's May. Are you in there?
Yeah, come in. It's unlocked.
May enters and comes in. Like, I don't know,
Fish
Patrick,
is
does
not
she need
wearing pants.
with infusions, does May need any tools, or is it just like a lays hand on it sort of thing?
So with infusions, you do need tools, but it's kind of like a standard toolkit that you can kind of like carry with yourself. It's just kind of, we can abstract that as being like, you know, you grab a couple things from your room rather than being like, okay, I need to like grab the lathe from the shop and bring it over.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. So yeah, she comes in with like a little baggie of tools of her own, I guess, and just holds them up and goes, I've got a very temporary present for you.
Oh. Okay.
And she'll like look around and be like,
By the way, they're sitting on the floor, going uppercase A, lowercase a, uppercase B, lowercase b for Kekino. Kekino may not actually be present currently, but like that's what he's done. That's what's happening.
He's making flashcards.
May looks at this and thinks, I thought Fish already knew how to read and write. Anyway.
Mean and cruel.
She like is going to look around and be like, what are you wearing tomorrow?
My
For the mission, I mean.
Yeah, my jacket. I've actually kind of been like going down as you can see, I'm wearing just a t-shirt right now. Probably just one sweater underneath. It's pretty bold of me, I must say. Those shoes, those pants, by the way, excuse me right now, but you did come in kind of unannounced. Like, what I mean is I wasn't expecting you. Yeah, there you go. Just go on, have at it.
Yeah. I'm actually trying to think we should be more practical. Maybe the jacket, because then if
Probably
someone else
jacket.
needs it, yeah. She picks up the jacket and starts doing whatever to it. And as she's doing this, I think without even like actually talking about what she's doing, launches into the symbol work as like, while we're at it, I can show you what I'm doing, even if you don't understand what it is that I'm doing.
You can give me a symbol roll. Give me
Yeah.
a symbol roll to see if you have. No, for Fish,
Oh.
to see if Fish has any understanding of what you're doing.
By the way, and Fish does mention this, that has an enchantment on it already. If you touch it and while I'm wearing it and I want you to, not fucking touch me, it spikes you. I've never actually used it in combat, but that does exist.
Wait, can this still be infused then if it's already got a spell on it?
Technically it has to be a non-magical item, but it does count as part of Fish's armor. I'd say if you just infuse the sweater that they're going to wear instead of the jacket, that just works.
Yeah.
It's one of these things of like, technically it's infused armor, but it's like an infused part of armor, which doesn't count as a whole piece of armor in D&D system. Yeah. We'll just say you infuse the sweater instead.
Yeah.
I got 10 on that symbol roll.
You get the sense that she is embedding symbols in your sweater. There, you can see like some
Yeah.
general kind of like enclosing and protecting symbols, but like what it's actually doing, you don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Um,
Well, I think I might recognize that one from the other day when I was working with someone. Yeah, I see that you are doing it, and that's great.
Well, you see, Fish, since we last at the ruins, I've been changing up my simple work, and I've decided that after your very near, harrowing encounter with mortality, that of everyone in the group, you're probably the most in need of protection. So what I'm doing is I'm kind of enchanting your sweater so you'll be hurt a little bit less. I'm not very good with defensive enchantments quite yet, but I'm hoping this will. Not that I hope you don't need it, but if you do need it, she just like keeps kind of doing at it. Yeah, she's like absolutely saying this like as she's half attention split.
And they're nodding along like, yeah, I get it. You need a test subject. Happy to be that. Always, yep. It's great. Mm-hmm. Glad you're coming along, by the way.
Yes, me too. It's nice to be with the gang.
Aw, yeah. We're just, missing the old slab of meat. Is he gonna show up at some point?
I imagine he might. I don't know. I'm not his keeper, and I don't keep track of his movements. Which she means genuinely, she doesn't, but also sounds very suspicious.
No, you know what?
I
That's
absolutely have
that's
not
really open mind.
tagged him. I don't know what city he's in right now. I don't know that he finished work for the day an hour ago and just went to the place he's gone to every day, which is, I assume, where he's sleeping.
No, the whole thing about not being his keeper, like I'm not monogamous, so like I really respect that, and I just I like what you've going on there. You know, I do.
What is what you got going on actually mean? I'm asking this as player, like the relationship, or
Just
It's
they're just
perfectly an
referring to the
ambiguous
fact that
phrase.
she has
Okay.
dinner.
yeah, okay. Nate is not rise to this bait. Just keeps working on the sweater.
And Fish nods like, yep,
That was the right choice. Don't engage with me. You win this round.
The only way to win is to not play the game. I see that you've dealt with annoying people before.
Yeah, May knows her judo well. If Fish hasn't got anything else to add, then yeah, we end it there. Mainly, I just want to make sure Fish has that fucking +1 to their armor.
All right.
Okay, first of all, thank you. But okay, now this is gonna sound so counterintuitive, but that was Fish really like trying to be friendly with me.
Yeah.
Be like, we're establishing a rapport, right? Yeah.
May was having a good time until the inevitable question about the man meat.
Oh my god, that only brings your armor class up to 13. That's still so
Yeah, it's
low.
grim, isn't it?
That's still so low.
But I get to shoot a dart every turn if I want.
That's true, yeah.
So anyway.
A lot of offense, not a lot of defense with Fish. A lot of offensive options.
Also, they are very offensive.
Yeah. Also, I want to point out, just entirely, like, raw, buck-ass naked with an average person that that has never, like, done a sport in their life is 8 AC, which is not a huge difference. Wearing like the equivalent of a helmet, and you did track and field in high school gets you up to like 11.
Jesus.
Uh,
Oh, my kiln's back. Thank goodness.
all right. So, will I
What's
just add that
Jamal's AC?
permanently?
3. The man is built like a piece of paper.
Jamal's AC is 8. He does have armor, but he also has a -3 in Dex, so it kind of evens out.
Am I adding that permanently? So it's just 13 now.
I believe the way the infusions work is until you need to infuse something else. So I think you just need to change it permanently to 13, but write a note in your
Yep.
write a note in your items thing of 2 sweaters and jacket creates armor class 12 or something like that.
Yep.
Oh god, the advantage
On
of
me,
stealth
that was
checks
the
is
hiccup.
such a good. Oh, I hope that actually is useful. But yeah, sorry. So nothing else besides the potential main calcium, but happy to abstract that as well.
No, don't do it.
And
Don't you fucking dare.
Cal and May. Cal and May.
I'm down. Cal
Yep.
will be hanging out
That was
with...
a long build up.
Sorry. Cal will be hanging out in her room with Kekano until she goes to go see Jamal, probably last thing before bed, being like, when are you gonna pick up your fucking kid?
Ooh, in the
Yeah.
evening.
Yeah, the evening.
So that's her schedule for the night. I don't know if you want to have her, find her in her room or run into her while she's like, no, I'm definitely not going to go see my boyfriend. What are you talking about?
Kekano is practicing his reading and writing with you. He's on the bed and he's got a little notebook and you've got a pen that you can stick in his mouth and he can kind of write. You're teaching him. You're just
Okay, so this is
wow,
and
fish.
fish. It's only 4 letters. Colliginous is a lot
So
more.
many.
What
In this
about
case, you can write Cal.
Cal? Okay. Is in C or is in K for Kekano?
C.
C. Okay, that's tricky because there's Cal and there's Kekano and they're different letters. And A is A. And what's the L sound?
L. It's the easiest one to do.
L. Okay, so it's just a straight little line, and that's Cal. It's really shakily written as he's holding the pen in his mouth, but he has written your name.
I will do May next because it's also 3 letters.
Okay, but I don't know what the M letter is, so you'll have to teach me that. And then May knocks on the door.
And May calls out, Cleric, are you in there?
Yes.
Can I come in?
I need to disable the words. And then you hear a whoosh, and then a click, as a shadow key forms in front of you and unlocks the door, and then the door is openable.
Very nice. May likes a bit of style, so she's very good attention to detail.
Yeah. Going
and
Cal's
steps in.
probably the first time.
Yeah. What is the room like?
Describe Cal's room.
Cal has a Cal makes a lot of use of storage, so she's got a big trunk and some other stuff, completely full closet. She's got work out neatly but in progress on a desk. I think she's probably sitting cross-legged with Kekano right now. She has a vanity where the mirror is covered with a piece of fabric. Yeah, it's sad.
Right.
There's a photo.
Yes, there is a framed photo on her desk. I would say the framed photo. Yeah, there's a framed photo on her desk that is folded. You wouldn't know this is May, but it's folded, so it's Elise and Tail, and Cal is folded, so it's not seen, like in Coco. And lots of boots, just like, it's very difficult to find space for platform boots, so there are kind of platform boots everywhere.
Yes.
It's still easy to walk. She's made a walking path, but basically there's only so much room for storage when you are talking about big ass fucking boots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of books, a lot of paperwork. Can I throw in
Yeah.
one aesthetic choice? I think, tell me if you disagree, but I think maybe Cal, in trying to find storage and having to do her projects, wanted to be able to, like, look at some of her fabrics that have not yet been made into projects, so she can kind of, like, choose at a glance, like, oh, right, especially since most of them are black, being like, oh, right, this is the black with the lighter weave, and this is the black with the heavier weave. I think she has maybe used, like, shadow nails to kind of, like, put up some, like, drapery over the roof, do full, like, emo kid drapery bedroom cave, where it's like the lights turn on and it becomes only slightly brighter because there's a bunch of fabric over the bulb.
Pseudo princess canopy. Yeah, I like
Yes.
that.
May has dark vision, so she's completely unaffected by the vibe.
Yes, it is dim in here. You can tell that it's dim in here. The way dark vision works is it actually strips your color vision. You can see in black and
Oh,
white.
okay.
So you can just be like, is this room kind of gray and black, or is it the? No, it's really dim in here. Okay. And also,
I have a question about if May has constant dark vision, does that mean that she is colorblind?
The way it works is so. Genuinely, mechanically, the way it works in D&D 5e is the way a cat's eye works mechanically, of like slit versus open really wide.
Oh my god.
Like,
Catgirl May.
of being like, as the light level decreases, there's just like this very smooth transition to like more and more colorblind. So you are unless you want to make that a character choice, you have full color vision in normal light, but as it gets darker, you can tell it's darker because you become more colorblind.
I want to keep it in. That's a cool distinction.
There's also this interesting thing of like depth becomes a little fucky with dark vision because it's all grays and blacks. But yeah, that's kind of the way it works mechanically, at least in D&D 5e, which I assume is kind of the same thing here.
That's heaps cool. Cat Eye May, keeping that in when she's out in the dark. That's sick.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have like a visual thing, but there is.
I think it does.
There's actually something in your eyes that adjusts.
Patrick, I think you'll find that May does in fact have cat eyes.
Hello. On a more serious note, though, with the photo, so who's actually hidden in it out of the three of them?
Yeah.
Okay. God.
Yeah. No, it's sad. It
That's
is.
so good.
Yeah.
Jesus. Okay. May, because she is nosy, God bless her, is going to roll a perception or an investigation, whichever one of mine is. I think it's perception. It is perception +8. Because May's just going to be like, oh, what a lovely room we have. She stares intently at all of it.
I'm cataloging.
Cal is very lucky that Fish has found her room utterly boring.
Yes.
That's a nat 1, which with a +8 brings it up to a 9. Dark.
maybe there's that kind of like oh, this is a nice room. Is it black and white in here, or is it dim? A little of both. Huh.
If Cal and Gekko looked up, there would just be like
May, can I help
rapidly
you?
dilated.
Yeah, exactly. May like squinting, like, what the fuck is going on? And what she will actually say is, oh goodness, cleric, it feels like a temple in here.
Well, you know, it is nice to feel Comfortable. Went away from home.
Yes, a piece of home with you. I understand that sentiment. Do you mind if I close the door?
Oh, please.
For fuck's sake, close the door. Yeah, close it. And then like May is awkwardly kind of lingering, and then says, the others would know that May's on as the comms person at this point, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd have told
Yeah,
me.
cool. Yeah, cool. So May's like, really sorry to be bother, cleric, but because I'm going to be the communications officer and everything, I kind of need Kat back if you're done using her.
Oh yeah, sorry. It completely I completely blanked. Yes, here I have everything all copied, and thank you for letting me borrow her.
No, of course, anytime. I was thinking I should clear her memory in front of you for the sake of, transparency.
Yes.
They didn't want that answer. They just
I think passive insight, you can see the disappointment in that answer.
yeah.
Cal will then, at surprise, just be like, "Oh, I did you? Why are you interested?"
How
It's
much
always
of
been my dream
anything
to have a demon baby.
did May see anything of the paper at all to give her some sort of indication of what it might be about?
Yeah,
It's
I
cool
mean,
if not, I'm just thinking I should say.
I think yes, because in the same way that like when you're filming something, you are like paying attention to like what the camera sees and like making sure there's the shutter speed is right and stuff like that. You are also kind of like to a certain extent looking at what the camera is seeing. I think it's the same way with Cat of like you were basically reading those pages, you just weren't paying attention to them. So I do think you do get like kind of the broad strokes of being like this is Elise's notes on how her magic works. There are certain things having to do with magic derived from childbirth and pregnancy, and she has some references to kind of like a realm where souls originate. Like it's definitely like broad strokes you got. It's just the details that you would probably get more details if you actually read it close, and then you would get more and more details if you had Cal's brain and saw her notes and what she figured out from it. Because again, it is purposefully kind of designed to be somewhat misleading.
In that case, May will kind of a little bit shyly be like, well, cleric, I am somewhat an enthusiast for knowledge, but I understand, of course, that that enthusiasm has not painted me in the best light as of late. So if you'd like me to delete to clear the information in front of you, I will do so.
Curiosity has never been something I particularly speak out in companions. Why do you want to know?
Because it sounds interesting.
And what do you plan on doing with the knowledge?
Nothing. It just sounds interesting.
Then why would you want to?
May,
Do you understand how dangerous this is?
Well, to be honest, no, because nobody's told me. But I understand that it's dangerous.
To know how dangerous it is.
But I understand it's dangerous from a necromantic point of view in terms of the heresy and so on. But like I said, it just sounds interesting. May cannot comprehend why it's interesting is not a clear enough
not a good enough reason. Yeah.
What?
Oh, same. I'm right there with May. Why do you want to know? Why wouldn't I want to know? That's not an answer.
How much did you glean from what you saw in the room?
sorry, in the room as in Calmene's like while she was doing the filming.
Mhm.
I think like abstract just May will explain like
Yeah.
the camera analogy in terms of like I saw it but I wasn't really taking it in.
So, if we consider that this hypothesis has actually been applied to children, what would you think of that, May?
Sorry, Claire, what do you mean apply to children?
Someone has, in a world where someone could do this impossible magic, someone has, and they're living children.
As in you're using them as living magic batteries.
If that was what you got from it.
Which was what May got from it, right? Patrick, if she's only got the broad strokes or
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of like
Cal's just not wanting to confirm or deny, but that is the
Okay.
correct analysis.
yes.
Yeah, cool.
I think what you got from it is not necessarily the metaphor of like children as living batteries, but being pregnant and having children can give you power.
Okay, so I'll revise that in terms of May said say you mean actually using children as a source of magic and getting pregnant even for that purpose.
No, I mean, once you've done that, and I'm sure you understand the idea of a feedback loop, the children that would result from that, what would they be like?
I think May's going to have to roll for this because I actually don't know what she would think. Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
What am I rolling specifically?
I roll
Cal
whatever
is
it's
trying
on
to
this all the
push
time.
her of being like,
Yeah.
I'm not giving you more information, but you're very smart.
Yeah.
It's being like, I want you to acknowledge the danger of this so that I don't have to. I want you to come to the right conclusion, which is that nobody should have this info, but I'm not going to like explicitly say that's my view.
Okay. What should I actually be rolling for, Patrick? Like Arcana?
Probably Arcana. Arcana, yeah.
That's a nat 1 at a total 4.
Hecano can give you advantage because Cal's wanting you to figure this out.
If you're happy for
It
me to do
finally-
another roll.
Elliot finally
Baby.
came around, huh?
Start
Yeah.
Caught
with
up to me.
B. Baby, start
Alright.
with B.
That's fair. That's a 17.
Okay.
If we are doing with advantage.
Yes. Yeah, we'll do that with advantage.
Again,
Okay.
Cal's not hiding something. so
No,
she
no.
would
It's just
be
like
giving you
May
advantage.
connecting the dots. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, 17. Okay, can we say that she gets it then?
I think it's kind of like, yeah, no, we could kind of like, reverse a low birth rate of magical children, and we could have people that give birth. There is kind of this problem in the industry of like, your career is really taken off, and then if you become a parent, you got to take maternity leave, and then you got to take care of your kid. They want to pay you less for this, but if you can like get magic through that process and still become a better mage, oh, you.
I was going to say Patrick. Yeah, because May would, of course, immediately think of the Nazis.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm honoring the nat 1 and then the
Yeah, no, sorry. Very fair. Very fair call.
Oh, eugenics.
So May has the face journey and then is like to Cal. I'm sorry, wait, you mean someone's actually. Are you talking about magical eugenics, cleric? I thought this was just an interesting theory. Are you saying this is actually possible?
No, not at all. You'd have to be an unbelievably powerful necromancer to even begin to understand what's going, and the magic in it is, well, janky would be the word I would use.
Cleric,
Stuff-
I've not been I've not been keeping up with the Deathbringer news, but I suppose I have to ask: is there anyone around who potentially is that level of power?
That is not something we disclose with outsiders.
Maybe just gonna take that as a yes, but
Yeah.
goes pale.
I do like Deathbringer news. Like, there's a newsletter, just being like,
I'm thinking because May
everyone,
actually pays attention.
announcement: we found the Deathbringer.
So now the newsletters
If you don't know what that term means, this announcement's
get
not
worried.
for you.
Now, the mortal term of eugenics I haven't heard before, but hypothetically, impossibly, there is, as you said, a near Deathbringer level necromancer who could pull off this magic and had, with children, those children would be, well, can't imagine many mages or mage societies that wouldn't be interested in learning more about those children, getting their hands on them. If those children existed, I would want them to be as unknown as possible and as little people to even know that they could hypothetically exist. Which is good that it is theoretically impossible, but it's good for people also not to be getting ideas.
Yes, I understand your concerns now, Cleric, vis-a-vis my plans for such information. And I would assure you, as someone who has lived through Europe in the World Wars, that I have no interest in perpetuating such things.
I don't believe you.
I think even if she says it, she's like, I'm not really 100% sure if I did completely believe in May's innocence.
But she goes, we are all individual people with our own weaknesses. I would die to protect this document. I would not expect the same from you. I would also kill fish. I would also kill fish to protect this document. They're probably aware that that's always a risk.
It's like, what a fucking weird thing to say. I think she'll say, Cleric, I don't know if I would die to protect this document, but I think I would kill to protect it. This is dangerous information.
And therefore, isn't it better that you don't know it? We've seen what happened. Possessions, mind control. Oh, well, you didn't say the mind control, but there was mind control.
Yes, I have to concede to you, Cleric, to make a convincing argument, even if the academic in me begs to differ. And then she's going to, I don't know, take Cat from wherever, like if Cal's holding it or whatever, and wipe it. I don't know what that looks or feels like, Patrick. Up to you, but yeah.
I mean, it's probably just like, you place a hand over it. It's kind of like Cat is kind of this like magical construct of being like, well, what did the ancients use? Probably not buttons. So it's probably just like holding your hands over it and your hands glow slightly as you like give it a mental command. Yeah. And then Cat yawns really big and then you have to like pull the tongue slightly and that's white memory.
Like a puzzle box, yeah. And once that's done, she stows Cat away and turns to leave. And then, as like she's about to open the door, turns back to Cal. Also, another player question: does May know who this document is from? Like, or is it just that it's like from someone
just
somewhere?
Heard a very weirdly affectionate voice addressing Cal directly.
Okay.
And Cal
I would love to your conclusions.
Information like an asshole.
I would love. I just don't know what reasonable conclusion there is for May to draw from that. Like, if she, I think, if she just says, Cleric, I'm not sure who it is that gave you this information. I strongly get the sense you don't want to tell me, and I understand that. But I think you should be careful, because whoever this person is morally ambiguous is the term that comes to mind.
Cal fully laughs.
Which is like, ooh.
Yeah, that's a bad sign.
Yeah, okay, that's even more
I
worrying.
was like, ha 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 ha. Why are we laughing?
Uh,
Why is everyone scared but laughing?
I'll tell her you said hi.
May just nods, and then I think we'll leave unless Cal has anything else to say.
She is thinking, but I don't think she would say, but she is thinking of being like, May, if you stick around long enough, inevitably you're going to fucking hear the entire thesis statement directly from the horse's mouth. But I think she's aware of that. She also, she wasn't really gonna say it, and then May warned her, and she was like, I'm definitely not gonna say it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know.
This person is morally dubious.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I am desperately hoping that somehow May will find out about Jesse's fucking designer children and connect the dots.
Hopefully they're not gonna be designer. Hopefully they will
We'll
just
see.
be, made.
Name brand, Walmart brand, Kirkland
Yeah.
babies.
Wow.
All right.
And I think with that scene, we will end session for tonight.
Yes.
But I have some news for all of you. It did not make a lot of sense the way the how am I saying this? The way the structure of the necromantic arc worked out, but you have now all reached a point with growth, with intention, with focusing on the lessons learned and the new types of magic that it's time to gain another level. So
Yeah.
we will be one level up when we come back next time, when it's ready to start the next arc, where it's finally time to confront Second Dawn once and for all.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Also, as a little side note for something to chew on, Metal didn't come back after that phone call. That was on purpose.
Shit, yeah.
I did notice.
All right.
Fish didn't.
Well, we will see you next time on Dragon Ball Z. Yep. I hope everybody had a great session. Let me call off Craig and then we can chat. Craig, where are you?
Like